Those of you that don't know, today you get a free Slurpee at 7-Eleven because it's 7-Eleven. There was a traffic jam at 7th and Washington today. I'll tell you, I saw what, and then I realized that's what was going on. People were lining up for their free Slurpees.
I'll be back.
Could you bring some for all of us?
I can.
Yeah, I'd like everybody.
Right up there right now.
I'll tell them the mayor sent me.
There you go. Yeah, they'll probably go, ooh. Anyway, so let's do the roll call, please.
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Matt Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Marl.
Here.
The famed economist.
I'm here as well.
Commissioner Smith. And Mayor Denise McGriff.
Present. All right, so tonight we have some work session items, and can we go ahead and just move the future work session items down a little bit so we can get to number 3, because we have people, I've taken that red eye from Portland. So is that okay with everybody? So Mr. Reed?
Yes. City Commissioners, Mayor, it's my pleasure to bring forward today a Parks Master Plan update. We kicked off our Parks Master Plan in April of 2022, and tonight we have Next Practice Partners, Neelay Bott and Jason Elisalde, they will be coming to provide an update on the findings and recommendations.
You want to say something about our robust session last night?
Yes.
While he's getting settled.
Yeah. We had our third public engagement meeting last night at City Hall. We had a great turnout. We really focused on getting the word out to all of the community. It was very interactive. We've got a lot of positive feedback from the community, and we're excited to implement some of that feedback into the final plan. Neelay?
And thank you for showing up. I appreciate the support as well. That was wonderful. So again, good evening, everybody. Obviously, I've talked to all of you in various capacities at the start of the plan. And as Kendall mentioned, we're getting close to the end portion here where we have the community input, we have the findings and the draft of the recommendations, which is where really, again, your input, direction, along with that of the community is a key element of the process. So with that, I'll wait for the Zoom thing. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So as we think in terms of the master plan, a big part of this, obviously from the very beginning, was this focus on hearing what your constituents and the community has to say. As any plan goes, we're looking at 3 major parts. Where are we today? Where do you want to go? How would we get there? And so through this, we have thus far 600 plus participants. As the mayor and Kendall said, we had pretty robust group, 25 odd yesterday as well, representing a variety of different interests across several meetings. In addition to the meetings as well, we have, as it goes on, a statistically valid survey, an online survey, which is housed on this multilingual ADA accessible website. And some of the key findings are really driven by this process more than anything else. This was mailed through the survey firm only to your residents citywide. Usually, most surveys get about a 10% response rate or so. So to get 400 completed ones, there were a few thousand that were mailed. So, so 400 out of about 40,000 odd is almost 1% of the entire population, which if you think of nationwide surveys, for several hundreds of millions of people, we get 1,000 or 2,000 and people look at those as polling results, right? So this is actually a pretty good representation. It matches the demographics of your community. It is random and anonymous, which is what makes it statistically reliable. All the mumbo jumbo in the last bullet point really just means that for anything to be valid, we have to have a degree of confidence that we can repeat the process over and over again and get consistent results. What this says is 95 out of 100 times, if you were to do this survey repeatedly, the results we've obtained will be in a margin of error of plus or minus 4.8%. That consistency, the validity is what makes the data from this and thus the recommendations reliable. A big part of this, as we got all the community input, as we then looked at determining the level of service, was ultimately the outcome of equity of access, right? What are the things we have, the different core program areas, and then in addition to that, looking at this to say what are the different amenity types different park types, and based on that, where do you have gaps and overlaps? Not just what the city provides, but what is accessible to the community. So you don't have to be all things to all people, and we maximize resources. So the way these work is on the top left of every map is where you see the recommended level of service standard. So you'll see this one is 0.4 miles per 1,000 people. In the survey priorities from the community, which I'll show you in a few slides here, trails, paved and unpaved, were among the highest priorities for your community, which is where, despite the topography and the challenges that come with it, this was still an area that we recommended 0.4 miles per 1,000, which is among the leading numbers, if you would, nationwide. What you see in green is city-owned inventory. What you see in brown is essentially other service providers. And so the combination of those as well is what allows for a service area. Now, the way these maps work is for trails, for parks. These are pocket parks, and you can see how much overlap you have in certain areas. The center point of each park is of each ring is the actual location of the park. The ring around that essentially goes out in a concentric circle to capture the standard that the park metric has established. So in this case, for pocket parks, the standard is 0.25 acres per 1,000 people. So if you had a 1 acre park, the concentric circle, the ring would essentially capture 4,000 people, right? And that ensures that it's not just based on distance, it's based on where people actually live, density of population. The denser the place, the smaller the ring, because more people use it as well. And this is why it's not just something that you see one single park type, you want to see every one of them. So in pocket parks, you see a gap, but then one of the big gaps, TSW, fills that gap, right? And so you have to look at all of these park types, in addition to neighborhood, there's community parks. And Mayor, you asked a good question yesterday in terms of different park types, uses and what it implies. The smallest parks, usually less than an acre, are your pocket parks. The neighborhood parks are anywhere from 1 to 2 to up to 10 acres. Community parks are 10 to 25, 30, 40 acres. And then you have your larger regional parks that can be larger than 40, 50 acres. Duration of stay, length of stay, and the nature of amenities are what drives the classification. So neighborhood parks, pocket parks are ones you typically walk to. They may have a little bit of parking, not a whole lot. They may or often may not even have restrooms. Your community and regional parks are which draw a broader audience. Regional parks are meant to be more of destinations, right? And so in this case, the combination of all these park types are where you can see for future development, where might there be gaps, or for acquisition, where might there be opportunities for you to collaborate, so you're not duplicating services. Some things that you see are a gap on the very northern side with community parks are actually filled with your neighborhood parks, right? And I did the master plan for San Diego, and for many people around the world, Balboa Park is a global destination, but for people living around Balboa Park, that was their neighborhood park because they literally walk to Balboa Park every day, right? So depending on where somebody lives as well, the designation can vary or the type of use can vary as well.
So you're saying that these are generally industry standards because, I've always understood a pocket park to be, so I would consider Richard Bloom's Tots Park a pocket park.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider DC Latterette Park a pocket park.
Sure.
I consider that like a neighborhood park.
Sure.
It's a little bigger. I mean, and we've talked, do we want to have these little tiny parks? But I think that there is a value in having some smaller spaces that might be where somebody would take a small child. They're not, it's visually, you can see them. They're not they're not running around. They can, it's not like they're going across Chapin Park.
Correct.
And I don't see, other than the play area, I don't see a lot of people letting their children run loose in there. But so it's interesting that the industry standard is looking at it, as you said, from a different lens than what those of us who live here would look at those types of parks.
True. And I think there is a balance between a standard is simply meant as a guideline, right? What happens on the ground is based on exactly like you said, your patterns of use that may be determined by what neighborhood and where you live and where you may have access to. can you even walk safely to a place or not, right? That often drives a lot of that too. Now, as we go beyond the parks, this is where we start seeing the different varieties of sports fields, sports courts, and other amenities, right? Again, in this case, with the diamond fields, we see overlaps in some areas, we see gaps in the others. Similarly, with the basketball courts as well, again, there are significant overlaps in some areas, gaps in some others. One thing to keep in mind as we look at the school inventory here, and this came up in conversations yesterday too, your city inventory is available and accessible basically throughout the day. School sites are not, right? So we're not accounting for school sites as a one-to-one with the city sites. We're accounting for them in the proportion to which they are actually accessible to the community at large. So on average, it's only evenings or weekends or summer when you may have school sites that are accessible. So on average, they may be available only 20 or 30% of the time compared to when a true citywide court or field is available. So we would count any one of these amenities, this basketball court, as actually 0.3 basketball courts, not a full court. So that's why some of these rings will actually be smaller so that they account for accessibility and not just the existence of an inventory.
Did you include so at one time, the community was able to go down to the football field and walk the football field, and now they keep it locked, and we've been asking them to open it up so that people can it would help keep eyes and ears on the site.
Sure.
I know it might also attract the other opposite thing, but people want to walk there, and it's, in terms of, indoor walking or outdoor walking, it should be a part of the bigger picture.
Right.
And so I didn't know whether that was something you had included as part of a school
Yeah, so we looked
site.
at some rectangular fields, and I'll show that as well. But I think that's the key, right? Access, like you rightly
But
said.
it would be a lesser degree, but I didn't know whether
Correct.
you included the football field as available. It's technically not and isn't,
Yeah.
but it could be.
And I think some of it is that, right? If
walking,
it is,
jogging path.
correct, if it is, then it would be counted as a walking, jogging path.
So
per
is it
se.
in your inventory?
Right now, it's not.
Okay, I think you should probably put that in there, even though it may not be accessible.
Okay.
It still could be available, and maybe it's something we could use to show the school district, hey, this could help you.
And I think part of the issue that we're seeing across jurisdictions is a lot of schools are saying, where they've had partnerships with Parks and Recreation departments, they're saying, no, we're going to take back our facilities and we're going to run our own programs. And so the accessibility aspect of it is changing. We're starting to see a shift. And so what we talked about is we can't develop a dependency on those facilities being an option for us moving forward.
No,
It's a
please.
shame.
I think that, I may not put it back on there. So in most of my life, the parks, the school grounds were, virtually considered parks in the sense that everyone could access them most of the time, and it was not a big deal. But I know the school district in recent years is starting to change them. There's not just the football stadium, but signage throughout most of the school district is pretty much off limits.
I see people
So
playing at Easton.
it is a
even when they're not
conversation that
there.
we probably should, have with the school district about that.
I think we have a change of
They're kind of,
administration.
it has swung kind of the other way a little bit.
I think she might be open to, whereas others were closed, I think she might be open to at least having a conversation about it. I'm not saying they have to open up everything, but,
Yeah, I
Seems to
think
me-
our thought was, Mayor, in this case is, as Kendall said, right, if we show it, it artificially shows that need being met.
I would just put it down as a footnote.
Okay.
I kind of feel like
Because I'm
if it's
writing there. I can't put the microphone there.
with accessibility
It's gonna cause a problem for me, I'm left.
comes safety concerns.
Yeah.
Comes concerns for damage during off hours.
Sure.
Who bears those responsibilities if those things occur? So unless there's an agreement in writing with the school district, I think it would be a false positive to add it in.
Agreed.
It's just a footnote, because people would love to walk on it, and they have in the past. I'm just making a note to open the conversation with them.
Yeah, I think, so you're right in the sense of partnerships, right? Part of it, that's what we talked about, is looking at where you may have existing inventory that we may have access to. For us right now, we wanted to show what you actually have access to and not misrepresent, right? That something's on the ground, but if your community doesn't have access to it, it's not right to show it as accessible. So it's a balance. So I think to your point, we can have a footnote and we can notate the potential for future partnerships to increase access to the community.
Wouldn't hurt.
And this is where the maps help a lot, right? Because again, certain other amenities, you can take a look and see clearly there are gaps. So if I look at pickleball here, there is an area that is being served, there is an area that isn't being served in this case. With tennis, there are areas again that have overlaps and some, minor gaps as well, right? So all of these are to be looked in totality. The critical piece though is, these are only reflective of the quantity, not the quality. Right, so you look at the fenced dog parks, we have your unfenced dog parks as well. And we talked a little bit about, again, fenced dog parks came up as a high priority in the survey. You have significant number of overlaps in your unfenced dog parks, but you have a gap in some parts for a fenced dog park. Is there a potential in some case to convert something unfenced to fenced possibly, right? And that's what a lot of areas think about is, where do we have overlaps and where do we have gaps, and can some of these overlaps be repositioned to help fill the gaps without you having to build something entirely new? But this is where, we talked about the different kinds of fields and overlaps as well, right? These are the rectangular fields. Significant overlaps in playgrounds, and you can see a large number of them, and this is where the condition assessment comes in. If you think in terms of overlaps and you say, well, can this become something else, a splash pad, a spray park, some other amenity? Which ones are where they are beyond a certain life cycle where you're putting good money after bad, right? Which are the ones where if we reposition this, it will not take away from access to the community? That is a part of the implementation of the plan when you look at this site by site, right? We're looking at this at the 30,000-foot view. So for the playgrounds and also for the picnic shelters, as you can see, again, a lot of overlap in a lot of areas and gaps in some others. So what could this look like as you think of park-specific recommendations in the future? And that's what a lot of the community members yesterday wanted to speak about, right? Is the playground or this site next to my house doesn't have access to this. How can we arrange for that? These maps can help you make some more defensible decisions, or in some cases for you all to be able to say no, right? That no, we are already serving, there is an overlap. We can't duplicate resources in some place at the expense of others that have no resources, right?
So I think your key is that we cannot be all things to all people.
Absolutely.
And I don't think we should try to do that because I don't think whoops, sorry, that was me. That's not sustainable.
Yeah.
I think that your point about, where the overlaps are is definitely valid. And then there's places where there aren't overlaps. And again, I think one of the things that people at the meeting last night wanted to get right down to, very specific things. So there was a concern by a woman two people were there who live very close to Chapin, and their concern was people letting their dogs run all over the place. And, it's kind of like we have to kind of help police ourselves.
Yeah.
If it's an on-leash area, kind of have to say to people, gee, I'm sorry, but this is not a place for you to let your dog run. Thank you very much. And hopefully they'll be kind and not
Well,
yell
and
at
there
you.
were comments about, trash being left behind as well, right? There's only so
heard
much
that.
the staff can do, right? At some point, people have to also be accountable for their actions as well. If people aren't picking up behind them too, it becomes hard for staff to monitor at all times. So those are some other conversations that also came up. And then again, we said like splash pads, but this is a perfect example of quantity and not quality, right? If I look at this on the surface, it feels you have a pretty good service area, frankly, well beyond your boundaries. And there are people from the Westlands of the world that are coming to the pool. But if you know anything about the condition of the pool, you realize it's well past its life cycle. So this is where going beyond just this one data set to understand that, again, the existence of inventory does not mean a good or a safe user experience. And similarly with indoor recreation space, you have significant gaps. And here too, you look at the large ring on the top, that's the EOT, and again, on paper, that's a large indoor rec space, but you all know the reality of that space and how much of that is even usable at this point. We look at Ermatinger, and it is a different kind of recreation use, right? There is history and there's value, but it's not in the sense of how people think for fitness and yoga classes or something else. It's not that kind of space. So even the spaces you do have currently are not entirely usable for multi-purpose indoor recreation space. And the few that you have, Pioneer it was beautiful yesterday when we were there. We saw this large active adult group. I refuse to call them seniors. They don't act or behave like it. It's this large active adult group that's doing line dancing. 20 feet away from them, there's a whole bunch of kids with summer camp. And it felt like a true community space, right? That you had literally 5-year-olds and 75-year-olds all in the same place. It was lovely. But that's what more communities want, right? Is this space for intergenerational and multi-use, multi-purpose gathering spaces.
So you're saying we have a summer camp that has 5-year-olds and 75 years old doing summer camp line dancing?
Basically, the kids were doing stuff outside,
When you speak about compliance,
Uh-huh.
I live next to Chapin. It's posted properly. Dogs must be unleashed.
Yep.
No smoking.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what has value is a park host. Because we've had a great park host there in the
Give me
past,
naps.
and that guy kept law and order there.
Yeah,
They didn't get any applications.
I
they
don't
asked
know. I
about
mean,
this.
What a tremendous opportunity for somebody. I mean, what do they get? They get a place for their trailer, they get utilities, all they have to do is just a basic, pick up the park and maybe
go
have an
start flagging
occasional work. Because
something.
the general citizens don't want to police each other.
Yeah.
Not in today's world, because you don't know what the reaction is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And something you bring up, so that's a really interesting point, because this question came up yesterday, and staff, I think John mentioned, right, that they got no applications. And what we found in the survey too, is that about over a third of all respondents said the reason they don't participate in your offerings is because they don't know what's being offered.
That's exactly right. We have not made it public. I mean, that's such a fine offering
Yeah.
for a retired person or people of limited income,
Yeah.
but are, good citizens. Park your motorhome here,
Yeah.
do these chores,
Yeah.
and you get all these things.
Absolutely,
So I think we need to advertise that opportunity
correct,
more aggressively.
correct. And we'll see in the
Is
recommendations.
it too late to advertise?
No.
Well, it's a year-round solution.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these parks, I see the same RV there for years on end, so.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that investment in storytelling and outreach
Yes.
is actually one of the big recommendations, because it's, to your point, it's a relatively lower hanging fruit, right? And it could yield significant dividends, not just at Chapin, but citywide in a variety of other ways too.
Yeah, any of them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So that leads us to this key component of what we call priority investment ratings. This was built based on the responses the statistically valid survey company got from your residents only. And it was based on a two-pronged line of questioning. By the way, did any of you get the statistically valid survey questionnaire? You did? Did you take it? Wonderful, thank you. So that's helpful. Again, yesterday someone asked and said, why didn't we all get it? And I said, if you all would have gotten it, this would be an invalid process. I can't control who gets it. It has to be random and anonymous.
The lady that was sitting next to me, she said, I said, did you fill out the ones that were online?
Yeah.
Because I did all the ones online,
Correct.
but this was one that was specifically it's kind of like our community survey that we send out. It doesn't go to everybody, it goes,
That's right.
Yeah.
It's random, yeah. And so, thank you. And so if you recollect in that as well, there were questions which had a list of all the amenity types and all the program types. And each respondent was asked for all of them to say, firstly, do you have a need for this facility, amenity, or program, yes or no? If you say yes, then the follow-up is, to what extent is your need being met? 100%, 75, 50, 25, or 0. Anybody that says, yes, I have a need, and then they follow up by saying, but my need is met at 50% or less, that is an unmet need. For the same amenity, then your follow-up is this important to you and members of your household? If so, rank first, second, third, or fourth most important. A little bit like the college football rankings, right? You weight based on the number 1 votes versus number 4 votes. So the combination of those that say, yes, I have a need, no, my need is not met, and this is important to me, that's what moves to the high priority list. So, an analogy I always give is, in Oregon City, if you just think of unmet needs, cricket is a huge unmet need. But it's important to all of 6 people, right? So it's not that important. On the other hand, one might say that the Pittsburgh Steelers are very important to one person, but nobody wants any more Steelers, or 2, yeah.
He's gonna feel very picked on now.
But there might be other things, like we saw on the maps, right? Playgrounds. Playgrounds are really important to the community.
Yes.
But they were not a high unmet need, because you've done a better job already providing a lot of playgrounds. So ultimately, from your standpoint as leaders, and you live this every day, is what's the greatest good for the greatest number of people? Because the needs are far more than the resources allow for. So that's where the priority rankings allow for this balance of what's important, what's a need that is still unmet. And that goes to the top. So you see that for facility amenities, and this is where the maximum possible score is 200. 100 for unmet needs, 100 for importance ratings. Multi-use paved trails, unpaved trails are the top 2. The third one is water access, and that, because of, again, your proximity to the river, can be seen 2 ways. There's access to the river, and there's aquatic access as well that people can think of, right, when they're responding. The outdoor amphitheater, indoor walking, jogging track, right? You mentioned the football field. People want a place to walk safely, jog, go out as well. Large community parks, a lot of people still want you to just preserve open space, right? Don't develop everything. There is a balance of active versus passive spaces. The fenced dog park, and you see in the map, right? There is a gap in a fenced dog park as well. Small neighborhood parks and indoor aquatic center, which is just below the high priorities. But those were really the main community priorities for investment that they would want you to look at, right? Not to say the others are not important, but they are a much lower unmet need or lower importance.
So would a respondent to boat launch be included in water access?
Yeah, it could be. And part of it is it's hard to know what the respondent was thinking when they answered that, right?
I wouldn't automatically go there, because I thought about that, but then I said, well, if they'd had access.
There's a boat
Because there is an
launch.
option.
There's a boat launch. I thought there was a boat launch
fairly
on
low.
there.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
boy,
see
it's a
it.
very vocal group
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it only rated, looked like 57 or 52.
It's like-
Well, that's why I wonder
Mid-priority, right?
that those
Boat
people
launch,
may have
yeah.
also been included in water access.
yeah.
Well, you can answer it that way too. I think one of the things that we have that may not have come out as an unmet need, but I think the woman that was there last night talking about her grandchild or somebody anyway.
Oh, yes, yes.
A play structure somewhere for children who have disabilities.
Yeah.
And I know that is a big thing right now,
Yeah.
and there's lots of
Yeah.
grants
Yeah.
hanging out there.
Absolutely.
I think it's something that we should put on a list to, if we can find funding through grant purposes, look at doing that.
Absolutely.
I think it would go a long way to helping. I know that this particular one that I read about that's in California, it also, children who are visually impaired
Yes.
can use it as well. Children who are in wheelchairs, cerebral palsy, any of those sort of
Yeah.
things. So I think that would be something
Yeah.
that would be, I mean, it's not at the top of any list, but
Correct.
Well, there's,
we have a
what
population
is that,
that
like
could.
about 86 or something, where it says park equipment for all abilities and all ages.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, you don't know if everybody that took the survey knew that
Right,
that's where they
yeah,
should
but I
park.
mean, like I
If they
said, I
wanted
know
to, just like the
that
boat.
lots of cities are getting grants for these
Yeah,
things to help
absolutely.
build them, and then the community pitches in, so I think it's something,
On the issue of the boat ramp, at the initial review of this, I was surprised by how low it was at first. But going to your example about the cricket, thinking about how many people actually own boats in Oregon City, and also remembering that the boat ramps that we have are regional.
Yes.
And host a lot more people, probably outside of the city than are inside.
Well, same for the RV park too, right?
Exactly. So I think that's something that's.
our residents are not driving their RVs down there and hanging out at Clackamas. Well,
Right.
who knows,
Right.
maybe they might.
Yeah,
Actually, I think surprisingly, a lot of local people do go down there and camp. I think we saw that in the past we looked at who uses it, and surprisingly, people want to get out of their homes and go sit by the river. Do we track that?
Yeah.
Gotta do something with those RVs. That's big buses.
If they're resident versus non-resident, we just started tracking.
Okay.
So a couple of things, right? I think as, back to the boat ramp piece to begin with, I could see people think of that in water access for some of them, or others, to your point, it might not be a high priority just for your residents, right? In addition to that, with the playground piece too, a lot of agencies are defaulting to what is called universally accessible playgrounds, right? So the minimum is basically wheelchair accessible, soft surface, rubberized, all of that. There's a place in California, just north of San Diego County, called San Clemente. If you get a chance, right, Courtney's Sandcastle.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful, beautiful sensory accessible playground. So all sensory abilities and all physical abilities are accommodated there as well in the right way. And everybody can essentially play together, right? So those are some really good examples if you go down the path of things that are inclusion focused and all equipment, all ages. San Francisco's got a playground that is adults and kids together, right? So parents can be in those large swings with the kids. I've been in some of those. It's super fun. I love it. So there's a lot of different creative, fun ways to think about what I would call theming your playground. So there's different experiences, perhaps, in different parts where one might go. Ultimately, right, it's the inclusion piece or some of those may not always come very high here. But that then comes back to your values, right? It doesn't only have to be driven by just the survey data. This is one critical, but it's only one data set of your larger decision-making framework.
Well, I think to the comment that you three made about these things are listed, but they serve other people. I think, again, what I heard at the meeting last night is that we needed to prioritize the needs of the community first, as opposed to, the regional thing. So, I mean, we've been pressed, well, we need this, we need this, we need this. Well, it's not necessarily providing something that our community has asked for, but people who are from out of the area are asking for it. I think having those facilities is valid, but it shouldn't drive what we do.
But in such the case, the RV park, it's revenue that's providing us for other things.
I'm thinking of more, I'm not going to say the words, but I'm thinking of sports stuff.
I mean, sometimes there's a...
Yeah. So it's
Both
a balance. It's a balance. We heard at the budget committee that we needed X many of these things, and we were kind of like, no.
Yeah.
We did not.
And that's a good point. There's always this balance between community use and economic impact, right? And sort of managing those two as well. Ultimately, with anything from outside, unless it's run as a pure enterprise fund, you're always spending more than the revenue you're getting for it, at least in direct expenses, right, and income. So it's a trade-off is if that's where you're spending, where are you not spending, right? Yeah. And that's where this list gives you a better chance to say, if you could prioritize, and more importantly, if you could cluster. So some of what I see here, in the top 15, there are 3 different indoor things, right? You don't have to have all of them separate. If there is an indoor facility that has rec center, maybe the aquatics which you have, and the walking jogging track, you've hit 3 of the top 15 in one move, right? Additionally, some of the special use ones, we've seen this, and it came up yesterday, the pickleball group specifically asked, what if we raise the money for pickleball specifically and come to you, right? Would that be fine? And Ken was like, of course, like, why would we not?
Maybe.
Depends on when it comes, right?
Maybe.
I've seen that happen.
My answer to that question, when people ask me, I said, it depends.
Yeah, you'd make a great consultant.
It depends.
I've seen that happen though, for real, in a county in Virginia called Bedford County. Lower priority, but a very passionate individual, basically after this was released, came to the parks director and said, I want you to build a skate park. This is in a parking lot. I want you to build a skate park. How much? And on the spot wrote a $350,000 check and said, go build a skate park. And so you may find a dedicated small group or some individuals, but money follows a plan, right? So you adopting this plan that is driven by data, that's driven by community input, and putting it out there will not only open up for those individuals, it'll open up for grants, like you were saying, and a whole bunch of other funding opportunities, which we'll get to, right? But this is key, right? This is why I'm spending a lot of time on this, because I want you all to understand the process by how this came about, because this will drive some of the recommendations that we're making.
So my question to you is based on your experience when you're constructing playgrounds and playground equipment, and I know you want to make it accessible to all.
Right.
Has the practice been to blend the equipment together? I can't see isolating a specific group of people.
Correct.
So it's a mix of
Absolutely
equipment.
is, absolutely is, yeah.
So potentially we could add a piece or two to our existing parks if we have room.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's what I mean by universally accessible, right? So it's not this group or that,
No, I
it's
don't
just the
want that.
default,
Yeah.
right? That everybody can essentially
Do
at least
something.
access the majority, if not every single amenity within that park.
Yeah.
Or that playground rather, yeah. And then this complements the program side, right? And there are some interesting things that are, again, lower hanging fruit here. You think of people coming out of the pandemic taking this survey. The biggest thing was isolation, right? People didn't have access to a whole lot of things, didn't spend time or meet a lot of people. We were surprised in so many places. We've seen farmers market come up so high. It's a very informal, fun, casual gathering place. You meet people. There's also a movement towards healthier eating. We're seeing community gardens also get more important in places. People are asking for that. And so that's why we see farmers market, food, drink, wine, socialization, all the rest sort of come together. Adult fitness and wellness, senior fitness and wellness, 2 of the top 5, right? And that's where the mental health element also comes in with wellness. As the population is aging, but continues to be more active, we see a lot more of that as well. And then special events, cultural enrichment programs, outdoor adventure. I mean, look around you, it's beautiful, right? And nature, environmental education, all of those are really great. And then, of course, this is unique a lot more to Oregon City, is historic preservation, right? I think I have not seen this very high in other places, but it's higher here because of just the presence of what you have. So it's going to be a balance, right? There's the cultural education element, there's the historic preservation, but there's really the overall sense of gathering places, fitness and wellness as a whole, that serves multiple age groups altogether. As you go down lower, then, this is where programs can drive space design. So we talked of an indoor space. If I look at a lot of the other offerings you have there, your swim lessons, your STEAM classes, your adult and senior fitness and wellness programs, some special events, cultural enrichment, even some nature offerings, essentially 7 to 8 of the top 10 programs could all be under one roof that is multi-purpose, multi-generational indoor. So part of this back to clustering is for you all to be thinking of how do we address the maximum number of program needs with the minimum number of spaces possible that are interchangeable. Here too, back to your point, Mayor, you mentioned the special needs offerings, if you would. In this case, they are 2 of the lowest, right? Programs for adults and kids with special needs. But that's because it's not as personal to as many people unless they have somebody there, right? Doesn't mean you're not going to do it. So that's where you're going to think in terms of values along with the data. There are areas where you follow the data, there are areas where you follow the values, right? And it's sort of a combination of both art and science. And so I speak about values, and that's obviously our next thing here, is with all this data, we worked with staff all day in essentially a visioning process to say, before we get into what we're going to do, let's talk about why it matters, right? What is that as well? And so these were the core values that staff came up with, right? To say that this is how we operate in a manner that's collaborative. That goes back to the partnership component, right? Is exploring and seeking more partnerships, being more engaged, respectful, transparent, and really, ultimately, the goal is to serve the community, right? That's what, Jason loves to say, nobody gets into parks and recreation to become independently wealthy. You get in there because you want to make a difference in people's lives. And that's where the servant leader comes in as well, is leading not by titles, but leading by impact, right? By making a difference, which is what all of you here do as well. So with that, we then go into the vision to say, okay, going forward, what do we want to be known for? And Parks and Recreation, we want to aspire and get to a point where we are known as an inclusive, sustainable, which is both financial and environmental, and an impactful agency. And I emphasize the last word particularly because my favorite philosopher, Jason Elizalde, often says, you are not the work you do, you are the impact you have, right? And so with Parks and Recreation, especially even more so as you think about it, it's not just offering a swim lesson or a program, it's teaching a child a life-saving skill. It's giving them safe access to the water, right? It's creating a sense of community when you have people at the Pioneer Center. It's teaching them the history that they can preserve and share when you talk of historic preservation. So that's the impact that you look at, which is why these came in as the vision. And the mission statement earlier was this. This is because basically consultants had a formula in the past, which is I do this, buy this, for this. And you made a word salad, every one of you around the table gets 2 words that you like, so you all go home very happy. This stays in books on the walls and nobody knows it. And in today's TikTok, Twitter, now Threads generation, right? Attention spans are yay big. The idea is not having a mission statement that looks fancy on a wall, but it's one that you can actually know and live by.
Your elevator speech.
And yes, and these days, even less than that, right? It's this. Ultimately, what does staff exist to do? In 4 words, to serve the community. This is what a 16-year-old lifeguard can also understand. That is what you're doing, serving the community in the best way possible. If yes, do it. If not, don't do it. So that's really where the values, the vision, the mission came together to then create what we call the big moves. And before I get into that, we've got 5, bless you, we think in terms of outcomes, bless you, as what is it that if you look back in 5 or 10 years, what do you all wish this plan would help accomplish, right? So that's where the conversation from staff, from the community, from our observation outside came together to say, if this plan has to be successful, it's a combination of things that externally have to happen, but need to be supported with internally what has to happen, right? So it's not all build, build, build. It's if you build, what will you need to support it, and how will you get to a point that you can actually maintain it and sustain it, right? So that's where, a big part of this was looking at staffing across a number of areas. And I know you presented that in the budget conversation as well. As you're growing and your population grows, you're taking care of more things. We've seen between the Great Resignation and the gig economy and now automation and artificial intelligence, the way the workforce exists is fundamentally changed, right? And what does that mean in terms of future staffing needs? Taking care of the people you have, recruiting people at a time when they can get $2 more to go to a Chick-fil-A or somewhere else. Why would they come here? And ensuring that there's succession planning as well as ongoing staff training and building the culture. And that's something I'm happy to say, I'm not surprised, again, working with you, but I'm happy to say this is one of the few agencies where this is already in motion, right? We had a meeting today with the leadership staff as well to talk about the culture, to start creating what we would call the Oregon City way, right? I worked for Disney, and part of the thing at Disney was, things you always do, things you never do. What does that mean if somebody interacts as a customer, as a guest in any part of the city? What would that look like? Parks and Rec, as you all know, is so much more of a front-facing entity. And so that's the conversation we've already started as we think of one of these big moves. This is never going to be accomplished, right? This is one of those which is a journey. There is no destination when it comes to this. It's going to be an ongoing process, but you have to define what the culture is before you can actually find ways to get to that point. Along with that, and you all have seen this and known this, and we were at the cemetery yesterday as well, and we talked at the pool, just the amount of deferred maintenance, right? A lot of it is just taking care of what you have. Even in the surveys, even in conversation with so many of you, a lot of the thought was, let's take care of all the great assets we have as we then prioritize building whatever might be new. And so that's where this comes in is, you have a few things that are already happening, but more needs to happen in terms of planning for ongoing replacement, your capital improvement plans, your asset replacement timetables as well. Just looking at anything that you build in the future, not just planning for the cost of building it, but planning for the cost of operating and maintaining it over the life cycle of that asset. Right? So But that's something, again, I'm smiling as I say this, as I feel like we make recommendations to implement after. I'm already saying, here's the big move, and you're already in the process of implementing with your new facility division, right? Having some dedicated staffing towards that as well to help manage those facilities and addressing those opportunities. So that's a step in the right direction as well. We just spoke about marketing, right? And that's a big part as well, is this is among the lowest hanging fruit, but very high impact one. Your storytelling, your branding, as people think of who you are, what you do, that's a key part of it. I say this in a good way, but unlike police, fire, public works, Parks and Rec doesn't get to be the only game in town, right? There is competition, not just from other entities around you. There's competition from this, from Netflix, from Disney Plus, from video games, right? And why would people come to us? And the thing with the younger generation is if they don't use us in the future, they won't advocate for us. They won't support us if they don't become passionate supporters from an early age. And that's where, in terms of park patrons, or in terms of users itself, is understanding that this has an impact on everybody's life. It's not just to drive more participants, it's to drive long-term advocacy and support. And that's where having this marketing and branding plan, which is another initiative that will be shortly implemented. So you have a marketing strategy, you have a social media strategy, and there is a brand message and consistency in how people go about telling that story. Couple of other things here, two of your larger elements besides the pool is looking at the end of the Oregon Trail, looking at the cemetery as well, is not just master planning them, but with the hat we wear is business planning them, right? It's one thing to have what that look and feel is, but it's another to say, okay, great. That's what it's going to cost to build all this. How much more staff will you need? What kind of revenue will it bring in? Who could you partner with? What could that look like, right? With the cemetery, we spoke about capacity, right? 40% of all end-of-life decisions now are becoming cremations. What does that mean in terms of how we think in terms of the plots we have, right? We just got a little extra piece of land as well right next to it. We have a house there as well. What are the decisions that need to be made around that as you all think of for the future? Because all of that's going to take money for you to keep investing and taking care of it. Staffing is stretched there as well. Even the road leading into it needs some love. The office is not ADA accessible. The restaurant built recently are, which is great. But it's just all of these decisions that you'll have to be thinking of that need a master plan, and then along with that need to have that business lens so you can make more informed decisions. Part of our work is not to recommend saying, go build all of this. It's to say, assess that site specifically, and you all decide what might then be the best approach. Everything here leads to the one final thing, which is it's going to take money, right? And all of this leads to ultimately funding. And I'd love to say there's one single solution to all your problems, and if I knew it, I'd be the richest consultant in the world. I don't have a good answer for you, but there are opportunities, and I know you all have already had some discussions. We've had some discussions, and so I want to put a few things out there just in terms of exploring on an ongoing basis what those other funding mechanisms look like for long-term financial sustainability. There's only so much, in terms of current user fees or taxes that can support the operations. Beyond that, we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years, even more so, grants have been really successful, and they'll continue to be there. We're seeing more park agencies and the private sector valuing park agencies, understanding the quality of life, the health and wellness benefits to create more public-private partnerships, advertising, sponsorships, naming rights. We're seeing a whole bunch of those things, right? But in addition to that as well, where else do we go with your fees and charges? You've got some cost recovery goals. The inflation in the last couple of years, there's not one park and rec agency whose fees have kept up with their increased cost. So the gap between what it takes for you to offer a program and what you generate for that continues to widen even more. And the challenge is at what point it will become too much where you will have to stop offering that program, right? So that's where your cost of service and fees and charges come in. Look at the utility fees, look at SDCs. Utility fees are, again, something that, as we talked about, another relatively lower hanging fruit because you can do it now, right? If you can show what that's going to be invested towards, if there is a plan driven by the community's input, that is certainly something we would look at as well, or recommend looking at. And ultimately, some of the really big moves are going to need public support, right? That's where the bond, the referendum conversation comes in. I will tell you, in this political climate, there are very, very, very few things left that unite people the way parks do. In the last cycle, 89% of all bond referendums across the country, red, blue, purple, passed. This is singularly one of the most important things that people have seen coming out of the pandemic as essential, not a nice to have, both for your existing residents and your future residents. It doesn't mean go and do a bond tomorrow. It obviously needs polling. It needs to identify what, if people support it, what will the money go towards? And it has to be tied with all your other options in terms of maintenance strategies and all the rest as well. But it's these combinations of things that will need to be undertaken if your plan has to go from a piece of paper to something on the ground. Otherwise, it's pretty pictures on somebody's desk and it's useless. So that's where we are at this point. Obviously, we want direction, feedback, this discussion, based on which we'll update the draft report, bring it back again for your feedback, review, changes, whatever that might be, to ultimately have a final document that you all will adopt so the implementation can start. So that was the last 15 months and the last 35 minutes.
Go ahead.
So, on big move number 5, I have an idea that those two were pulled out for several reasons. One, because of the deferred maintenance. And then yet, I also, with the master plan and business plan comment, I think I would include Ermatinger in that bullet point, mainly because all of those entities need some sort of a business plan and a master plan in how they go forward. What's the long-term goal for the city with those places? But then also looking at the needs that put, which I'm glad to see, because we've been talking about it for years, community events at the top of the list of needs, and cultural needs, and all these things. So those three things definitely fit into that in the future. And I will say that for the most part, I think we've not done a very good job of understanding, even in our budget meeting when people said, well, why do we have a cemetery? Like, can't we get rid of it?
One person said
no,
that.
but I mean, and I don't think it's unheard of for other people to ask that question in the past. But it's one of our most important heritage sites. It's one of our most important pieces of history in this town. And why we don't, and I would argue that we have never looked at the oddities. Okay, and Oregon City has its oddities, right? We've had trolleys and various oddities in the past. And we've always looked at the oddities as a drain, you know, and the Ermatinger House was similar to that, where we looked at it as a drain and it wasn't neglected because we didn't have the resources to fix it. We have to look at the oddities as a business, and we have to look at them as a revenue source that we never have. We never charge people to use the trolleys. We never sold advertisement in the trolleys. We never did that. That's one example. Cemetery, I mean, that is a gold mine in the sense of what we could be doing for tourism. Tours through the cemetery, history of this town. You could have, you know, things like that happening, and we have in the past. But to look at those kind of sites, end of the Oregon Trail, Ermatinger, and cemetery in a different way, and maybe they aren't all individually separate, you know, and I've thought of this so many times. There's so many things in our town that kind of overlap that are oddities. Even the elevator, sometimes it's like, okay, well, it's under Public Works, but we have downtown, you know, kind of facilitating it. But then it also kind of loops into a circle that overlaps heritage and tourism and whatever. And, you know, and I don't know what the future holds, but in the future, is there, you know, some other way that we look at those oddities in this city whether it's in a different silo or what, and how to tie that in better with tourism and all that, because it does connect. And so, you know, going back to the RV park that's low, but if that's generating money from outside people that go into transient room tax, and that goes back into funding community events that are at top of the list, and the RV park's at the top of the list. So we have to think of that a little differently, and I think there's ways that we could actually partner with groups that we are and expand that to actually have a revenue source that's coming in that we've never had.
I don't disagree.
Especially the cemetery.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm going to say something that Frank's going to give me the evil eye. I think the Buena Vista Clubhouse needs to go in that category as well.
Oh, well, okay.
Because it is not, I mean, there are cities that own golf courses, you know, and people.
It goes in the category for me of oddities.
And
that we
people
haven't
say,
been
well,
able
why
to
do
deal
why
with.
do you own a golf course? Or, you know, why do you own, I mean, there's cities, lots of cities that own
Right.
different things that are not generally what people
Right.
consider. But as you say, you know, when I do my tours, I'm talking about the beginnings of the Mountain View Cemetery and how
Right.
that shaped part of what we have today. And it's critical to the development of our city. So, yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. I think the whole thing about having business plans is spot on. I mean, it just needs to be in there. I guess here's part of my question, maybe, Kendall and Tony. So we have, you know, finalized the draft. I think there's probably not much more we as a commission can say at this point other than, you know, things that we feel or that we're aware of or what we've heard. Once we get that document, I'm presuming we're going to want to really take a close look at it and have further discussion, which obviously is going to be for another day. But I think that's going to be key to, you know, teeing up, including, you know, because PrAC's going to look at it, we're going to look at it, but I don't want it to necessarily be a, you know, they do it first and we do it. It kind of needs to be this. It kind of needs, we all need to kind of get it. We're going to wait for their recommendation, but I think once that's finalized, we need to schedule some time to really kind of dive into it, because there's a lot of information there. I know we've had a lot of comments from the community. Some is very specific, some is very general. You know, it's just like you said, Rocky, when I tell people that the elevators in municipal facilities, like, you know, but there are other communities, like I said, that have elevators, that have other things like that. Some communities own a bridge. I mean, you know, there's other things like that. So I think, you know, what you've presented tonight is going to give us a good foundation to move into the document in order for us to start doing the deep dive that we need to do on this, along with PrAC and anybody else that wants to do that. So any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. O'Donnell.
So for me, I evaluate these big moves in terms of the phrase, how do they serve the community? And understand that the Parks Department oftentimes provides amenities that are not going to be self-financing. They are amenities. They lead to the quality of life, which we support.
Livability.
Livability. They also have an attractive benefit to those companies that might want to locate here because you have wonderful parks. I look at other communities I've been to, and they have wonderful parks. That's a selling point. Some of the things, I agree with some of the things Commissioner Smith said, that some of these operations need to run as a business because they should be self-sustaining. And there's a benefit to those if they're an attraction. But when I look at, you know, what does the Ermitinger, how does it benefit the community? Well, maybe not how does it currently, but how could it benefit the community? And if it's used as a business and as an oddity attraction, now we've got something. I look at the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, and the park itself is a thing of beauty. The buildings themselves, I question how they contribute to the citizens of Oregon City. And I think that's going to be a hard look that we have to take. And that's got a long history that Commissioner Smith has made me aware of, that we need to talk about where do we put our money to get this benefit. Some things, you know, we've had people from Oregon City Youth Sports come here and talk about ball fields. And they pointed out, and I was in that for a while, they do have an economic benefit. People come there for tournaments and they spend a lot of money. So when we talk about things like the transient room tax, whether it be the RV park or hopefully let's get some hotels here, so people come here, spend here, and stay here. So I think that, I think we got to look at every one of the big moves in terms of how do they serve the community first. That's my thought. I mean, quite honestly, you know, I know that you mentioned that the house, and I know I'm not excited about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on that, and I certainly don't equate it with the attraction of a golf course.
I'm writing a check, Frank. I'm
Well,
writing a
you
check.
write the check, and you can be the number donor. And I know what I remember the conversation, and you guys are supposed to be
We're still raising money. So anyway, yeah,
one pie at a time.
people love pies. So yeah, no, you're not wrong. So Adam, do you have anything you want to add so we can wrap up?
Well, I agree with what Commissioner O'Donnell said about the Buena Vista Clubhouse, and I think for me, it also gets into not only what he was saying about who it will benefit the most, but also what I'm really appreciating is the priority investment ratings. It can't just be who it benefits the most, but also what the community is telling to us that they want.
Yes.
And so I'm glad that we waited to have the conversation. There were requests of us during budget season that we fund some more ball fields, some turf fields. And I'm glad that we waited because looking at this, that's not a priority in this. That's not to say that it's not an investment that we'd make in the future, but at least in terms of how I would like to do it, and this is something I brought up at our last meeting just after the Independence Day holiday, which is that we need more community-based events, we need more cultural events, and so that's something that I'm really, I'm not surprised to see on here because that's something that I hear from community members all the time, and so it can't just be who it benefits the most, it has to be also what this chart is showing us in terms of what's actually wanted and asked of
Sir, you mean what the comment that he made, serving the community? Your comment, serving the community?
But we have to have this link between everything we talked about tonight and these individual departments. How is economic development involved in that? How is business development involved? How is tourism? Because we've got assets that aren't, maybe they're either underutilized or not utilized. And that's what I'd like to see being driven from the tourism and economic development perspective, using parks and what parks represents as an asset.
You're talking about taking a holistic view about how everything ties together for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just parks, it's not economic
No,
development,
don't
it's not
silo,
public, but
interconnect.
it's how all of these entities lead into how we can economically benefit and livability benefit, community benefit, they all tie in. Because again, you know, if we were utilizing them for each one of those categories, be a
Well,
piece
you
of cake.
touched on it.
Yeah.
There's people that go on cemetery tours. I mean, anytime I've been to a historic city, oftentimes I walk the cemetery.
It's
I mean,
a
the
beautiful,
cemetery,
it's a great place to have a picnic.
it's a beautiful place.
I can just
And
see it
I'm happy
now.
that we put that new restrooms in there because it speaks to our desire to have a quality experience.
Well, and I'll also say that I agree that having oddities that are promoted as a city-owned attraction is something that's a positive, but I don't think that necessarily means that we ought to be going out and acquiring more of them while our existing ones.
We need
While
to
our
take
existing ones,
we need to take care of the ones we already have.
be taken care of as they are. And so that's another point that I was in favor of Commissioner O'Donnell's comment.
So here's a new slogan, Mountain View Cemetery, it's not just for burials anymore.
Well, there is one element though that it was such an eye-opening epiphany because firstly, everything here is within 10 minutes, right? So that was great when we met at City Hall and then we went to the pool, then we went, sort of walked by Pioneer and Ermatinger, and then we drove to the cemetery. Went to the pool and it couldn't be busier. It was packed, kids in and out constantly, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds learning to swim. It was wonderful, right? Then we go to Pioneer and we see 5-year-olds and 75-year-olds, right, all together. Then we go to the cemetery. And if there ever was the perfect way to say, this one singular department serves cradle to the grave,
That was
in
it.
15 minutes yesterday, we literally saw a living example of that, of the impact you have, right? Is from the time a child is born and that water safety with the river and all the rest, to also creating that dignity of life at the very end and a memory for family members after that, it was wonderful. It was wonderful to see that. Right? So there is beauty in that, right? There's inherent beauty and there's different values different people take from it. Part of it, what I said yesterday, is you can be anything, but you all cannot be everything.
Nope.
And you all are going to have to make some hard decisions on that front, is even as you look at the list and all these other pieces, what is it that Parks and Recreation has to do? What is it that either nobody has to do or somebody else may need to do? And Parks and Recreation should not be in that space anymore, right? That's a big part of the strategic thinking, is not just what you say yes to, it's what you say no to. So I don't envy your task. It's certainly not an easy one, but it's going to be what's needed.
Perfect, thank you. Do you have anything you want to add? Okay.
I got two quick things. And you don't need to bring the maps back up again, but the maps with the circles. I just want to throw in, if you think about Tyrone Woods Park, it doesn't really serve that full circle, because anybody who lives on the other side of Beaver Creek Road or the other side of 213, especially with younger families, there's no way, unless you pile in the car and drive to a park, which is pretty counterintuitive. So we need to think about that part. And commercial, that's where I live, but I mean, there's 420 apartments under construction right now that are cut off by Beaver Creek Road from Tyrone Woods, and we have no other park space in there. So just throw that in there. The other thing, when we get ready, and I hope it's soon, when we get ready to start having that finance discussion, it's not a big move, it's a capital letters big move, because, and I'm thinking about what the school district did. I think they were a lot more successful with their bond because they not only had money for maintenance and safety improvements, but they also had effectively 2 new schools in it. So you didn't end up with what you have now, you ended up with something new. And if you look at those priority investments, so many of them related to indoor recreation. So I think we would be more successful, granted it would cost a lot more money, but we would be a lot more successful to go forward with something that provides for maintenance and provides a new indoor recreation facility compared to just enough money to fix what we've got.
Right.
So
That's in taking a look at a future, future
some sort
levy,
of
whatever.
multi-use. But so many of those items were related to indoor.
We did not ask that question this time in the community survey, which I think we should have. But anyway, okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You actually said something at the meeting last night, so that's good. It's like everybody gets to talk. All right, so let's go back to the top of the agenda. Safe travels,
Thank you so much. Thank
and
you
we'll
all.
see you next round. Do you want to quickly go through the list of future work items?
It'd be great to.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said, do you want to, or can I go to this?
Let's-
Okay, all right, so Samantha? So we have a presentation or a discussion with the Natural Resources Committee Work Plan for 23-25. This is our lovely Vice Chair.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. So thanks everyone for the opportunity to talk about the Natural Resource Committee's work plan. We've got quite a lot of ideas of what we'd like to accomplish in the next 2 years. It's pretty ambitious. So top of the list, of course, we have a strong recommendation to do a street tree inventory. A couple of reasons to do that. Just like you inventory all of your utilities, your parks, your facilities, you want to inventory your trees. It's not just an amenity, it is a part of infrastructure. And one other key reason to do so more sooner than later is because of tree pests that we have in Oregon that are going to start impacting our inventory within the next 10 years.
I just heard the OPB thing on the emerald ash borer, frightening.
So coming from the Midwest, from Michigan in particular, the emerald ash borer arrived in the United States in 2002. I go back and visit my folks. Every third ash tree is dead in Michigan, pretty much. At least in lower, the lower peninsula. And then once you start going north, there's patches here and there where people are surprised to see an ash tree. I didn't see a mature ash tree in my adult life until I drove across the country. So it is devastating, it is expensive. And to know what you have to maintain and then know what you need to start taking care of when they die, you need to know what the inventory is. So 2 key reasons to do that. And also, the state is coming out with some equipment and tools to help make it very easy. Not only with tools to go out and geolocate those trees and know what condition and species they are, but also LiDAR scans are going to be coming out from the state too, to help with remote sensing and identify those trees, and also get canopy data. So there's a lot of utility coming out from the state. Stay tuned for that, but also it is very easy actually to do inventory these days. You can do it with your smartphone, you can do it with a device of any sort, and this state has a utility for you to go ahead, just jump right on it and have access to it. So I recommend utilizing all those tools. They're free, they're available, and they're robust. Let's see. So yes, inventory, easy to do, and community engagement is another opportunity there. So if that's of interest, you have people walking with you, looking at trees on the ground, having conversations about their trees and anything else the city wants to talk about. So it's another opportunity. Also, we want to communicate regularly with our neighborhood associations. So the neighbors have direct observations of their natural resources, and they have better ideas about what they want to see happen and what improvements we could do to help reserve those. Let's see.
Can I ask one question on
Yes.
that? So on the Heritage Tree program, we lost, I wish the trees at the high school, the new high school, would have been on the Heritage Tree list.
They can still be.
But we lost one of them. Are you, I'd like to see some work towards some of the other, publicly owned properties besides the city to see what trees are out there, because I know some of our school sites probably have some. Be interesting to see if we could work with the school district to get some of those trees recognized or.
Oh yeah.
I thought the one at Tumwater was,
I don't know.
excuse me,
But I know
Gardner
the
was
ones
getting,
at the high
was gonna
school
get a
that
street,
weren't,
was gonna
but
get designated because they were
I'd like
taking
to
that
see.
oak that they were taking care of.
It's possible, I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be great to get more, especially if they're on public property.
Yeah.
Those are kind of the easier trees to enroll into a heritage tree program versus a private property. So, yeah, submit an application, and if you want to get the ball rolling, we'd love to see an application for that. Let's
You want to
see.
scoot your microphone just a little closer?
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry. I'm working on my little phone here. We also would like to improve awareness by having more information posted on the website, brochures, and even informational signage available in our parks and where we have natural areas, so people know what they're looking at when they're out and about, using QR codes and signage to help direct them towards more information. And I'm really happy to note that we have more information on our city website, looking at our natural resources, including pollinators, and what the city is going to do to help improve pollinator populations. Let's see. I'm going to scoot down to NRC responsibility number 2. We'd like to provide input to the City Commission on amendments to the city's tree protection. So there's more opportunity to provide protection to trees that can protect what we have. So if you're thinking about planting is a great opportunity for city engagement, tree protection is another one as well. So mature trees do a lot more work to provide benefit and utility to a city than a small little tree. And all the time and investment and care that goes into that mature tree is valuable. And so we should look an effort to protect them and try to see what better city code we can apply to that and protect those valuable assets. We work closely with Public Works. We look to explore offering reduced stormwater rates in return for planting trees in the right-of-way. And so we're hoping to find other funding opportunities to help support protecting those mature trees. I understand it costs a lot of money. We also are looking to support the city's application to participate in the Bee City USA program and throughout the Zero Sea Society for Invertebrate Conservation, and promote public awareness of ways to promote and preserve invertebrate habitat through educational events such as booths at the Spring Resource Fair, the city website, and trail news. Let's see. We also want to promote public awareness about the dangers of pesticide use and cost of savings associated with reduced pesticide applications and reduced landscape maintenance. So there's a lot of opportunity for people to find savings in alternative ways of maintaining landscapes. Let's see, and our responsibility number 3, review and comment on type 3 applications that vary throughout the city. So these are development applications that hit the type 3 and adopted standards. So we're looking at the flood resource, the resource overlay, the flood management overlay, and the Willamette River Greenway overlays. We have meetings mostly every month when it makes sense, when we have an agenda item. We've been doing that pretty regularly, so we're very happy to have a new member join us tomorrow. So we have a new NRC member, and I hope, and he's actually a relatively new resident to OC. So it's happy to have new people coming to Oregon City and jumping right in.
And we need more, right?
We could use a couple more.
Okay.
So if you know anybody, send them our way.
Dredging the area.
And also, we had one of our members mentioned that we have experts on the NRC, but it is not a committee for experts, if that makes sense. You do not have to be a natural resource expert in order to be on the NRC. So we welcome those who have an interest and wish to help promote natural resource conservation. We coordinate with parks, of course. We want to strengthen coordination with PRAC and the park staff. And also, we would support any funding opportunities to help support parks and their open spaces. And we invite park staff to attend any NRC meeting as they like. So that's a general overview. It's pretty ambitious, even though I just did a small summary. But are there any questions right now?
I thought it was fairly comprehensive, and you're going to work through them.
Yes.
There's a lot of overlap, I mean, in terms of, the tree stuff, and so I think it's good. We just need to find you some more people.
Yes, so please do send us any questions or any particular heritage tree nominations you're looking for. And if there's any time you're interested in joining the NRC, we're happy to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we want to go to Greg? Okay. Next, we have the discussion with the Clackamas Water Environmental Services State of the District Report, and Greg is here.
All right. Good evening, Mayor McGriff, Commissioners. Well, actually, I need a copy of that, sorry. I appreciate the time tonight. I'm going to be basically talking about our annual report, giving you an overview of that, and hopefully touch on some things that might be of special importance to Oregon City and your residents. You heard from the Parks folks on their vision and mission, which I thought were great. If you open to page 2, you will see where we're going, which is our vision. And that is to be a collaborative partner in building a resilient, clean water future where all people benefit and rivers thrive. And that collaborative partner is kind of the operative phrase there. And I wanted to start by thanking, well, you and John Lewis and his team for the support and, aggressively addressing the inflow and infiltration issues in Oregon City. John has taken a very aggressive stance on that, and it's going to make a difference, and we appreciate it very much. And according, now we have a I&I agreement where West pays 33% of those projects. So that means over the next 3 years, about $8 million will be coming back to the city to support those projects.
So do we have anybody coming up behind us from the other jurisdictions to do this?
Gladstone's doing some. I expect Milwaukee, they've had a slow start.
But they're going to move towards that, okay?
Yes, I think you guys are the vanguard, but I'm sure others will follow because it's a good deal. Collectively, us investing that as a district, according to our calculations, will save collectively across the district over $100 million in the next 20 years. So we think it's a really good investment. We don't want to have to build wet weather treatment capacity to essentially treat rainwater and groundwater. It takes people, chemicals, and infrastructure to do that. Next slide. Oh, back. There should be a map. There we go. Okay, this is a map of our service area. As you can see, we serve about 190,000 people from Westland, Oregon City, Gladstone, Milwaukee, Happy Valley, and kind of everything in between. We have 365 miles of pipe in the ground. We have 5 different treatment facilities, 23 pump stations, and collectively we treat over 7 billion gallons of wastewater every year. And we make 3 things out of that. We call our facilities water resource recovery facilities, not sewage treatment plants. And that's because we make clean water, which goes back out to the Willamette. We make electricity, which we use to help power our facilities. And we have a product called biosolids, which is essentially the solid waste that's left over after the treatment process. It's a natural fertilizer that goes out to Eastern Oregon and is applied on agricultural fields. So we really do recover resources. We take what goes down in people's toilets and we make those 3 things. The one thing, I don't have a better slide of it, so I'll use this one. If you look at our service area and the skinny part between Gladstone and Johnson City, that's essentially the former boundaries, of the Tri-City Service District to the south and Clackamas Service District number 1 to the north. Right, so when I'm talking about rates, rate zone 2 is the area to the north, so Johnson City and above. Rate zone 1 is Westland, Gladstone, and Oregon City. So just kind of keep that in mind. All right, next slide. So WES is governed by the Board of County Commissioners, and they receive recommendations from the WES Advisory Committee, which is a 20-member advisory committee, includes Mayor McGriff from Oregon City, William Gifford, and Dr. Renee Harbour from Clackamas Community College. We have ratepayers, environmental representative, business owners, members of the development community, and elected officials from each of the cities that we serve. Next slide. I won't read this slide, I promise, but this is basically how our rate dollars work. About 66% of every dollar that comes in goes to operations and maintenance, 25% to the infrastructure financing, things like equipment replacement, project needs, and construction projects. And then 9% is debt payments. Next slide. Looking at the rates for Oregon City, the rate increase for Oregon City was 4.9% last year. It's averaged 3.2% across all of the service areas, and you can see the monthly rate from 2018-19 to 22-23. Modest but regular rate increases, and I'll talk more about that. That's a key part of our long-term strategy to build the infrastructure that we need to build, keep our prices reasonable, avoid rate shock, and just have good stewards of our ratepayer dollars. Next slide. And so this is what it looks like. So you see the green bar, that is the portion of WES's revenue or rate that covers what we call wholesale or just sewage treatment. So that's what Oregon City pays. So rate zone 1 is the green portion. Where WES provides local collection, like the 365 miles of pipe and the 23 pump stations, we have a local collection fee, as does Oregon City for within Oregon City. And then for rate zone 2, the folks to the north, there's a legacy debt component that's part of their rates. And that debt was taken on back in 2011 or so, when about $120 million was spent at the Tri-City treatment plant on the new membrane bioreactor. The folks up north are, and part of the West partnership between the districts, memorialized that forever and always, only the folks in the north are going to pay off that legacy debt because the capacity was built for them. And as you can see, that legacy debt sunsets around 2031, and that's when we want to have a common rate across the board. So no matter where you are in our service district, if you receive a wholesale service, you pay the same amount of money. If you receive retail, you pay the same amount of money. Next slide. Oh, and I want you to notice, so that rate harmonized, and this is the rate that West would pay. So this is the wholesale service in the green, and then West's projected local collection fee. So we will be expecting our customers, where we provide those services, to pay $60.20 per month in 2031. Next slide. And just to show kind of where we're at relative to our peers, the average monthly rate across our peers from Portland to down to Gresham is $56.20 a month. We plan on being at $60 in 2031, so we think that we're doing pretty good. And I'll explain why we have some confidence in that number in just a moment. And you can see Oregon City there. There's the green portion that goes to West, and then the local collection fee on top of that. Milwaukee also, because they own and operate their own collection system, as does Gladstone and Westland. Next slide. So our capital improvement plan, we have both a 5-year and a 12-year capital improvement plan, and I'll explain why we can look out that far, the 12-year, on the next slide. But this is just kind of a cartoon to show how our CIP development plays with our rates and our financial models. We always have to adjust. We can't build everything exactly when we want to, when the engineers necessarily want us to build it. So we need to make sure there's a process that includes a public piece to make sure that those rate increases, we're not trying to spend $100 million in 1 year and have rate shock because of that. And we've done, I think, a really good job of developing both a short-term, 5-year and a 12-year CIP that really balances, that we're gonna hit the targets that we want to hit, and we're not going to let anything slip, and we're going to have those modest rate increases. Next slide, please. And a big reason why we can do that is because over the last several years, we've invested a lot in planning, master planning. Our sanitary system master plan, so that's all of our pipes and our pump stations. We know the condition, we know the capacity. Same thing for our Willamette facilities plan. That is essentially a facilities plan for the Tri-City facility and our Kellogg Creek facility in Milwaukee. We now have a storm system master plan as of this year. So we really have invested the time and the energy to look out 20 years or sometimes longer and understand what our facilities are going to require from a capital investment standpoint. So you couple that with having a financial model that's attached to that, and you get, again, the reasonable and regular rate increases that we're projecting. All right, next slide. And again, this is just another kind of cartoon of how that cycle works with our 5-year plan, our budget, and then we plug it through our long-term financial plan and rate forecasting. We propose the annual rates and budgets to the board and present it to the board for adoption after stakeholder input through our advisory committee, which Mayor McGriff is both on our advisory committee and a subcommittee of the advisory committee. That's our budget committee. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea, our Kellogg Creek facility in Milwaukee works hand in hand with our Tri-City facility. We just finished up a suite of refurbishments there. We're not adding capacity at that facility. And we have several other projects. I won't get into them just in the interest of time, but basically the areas that are marked in yellow are going to be, have capital projects associated with them over the next 5 to 7 years, and blue, I should say, And virtually most of the rest of the plant has been refurbished to some extent as part of that project that we just finished. Next slide. Now, upgrades at the Tri-City facility. We have a lot going on at Tri-City, mostly refurbishment projects. If anybody's been there, and I encourage you to come if you haven't seen it, it's an open invitation and most people are pretty impressed with the facility. But one of the first things that you see is what we call our influent pump station. It brings the sewage up from all the big pipes that land at our facility, brings it up and into the facility. And they're massive, massive pumps. And they were installed in 1986, as was the motors and even maybe some of the control equipment. And so that's a big project that we're working on. Our, what we call our primary clarifiers, which is one of the first stops in the treatment process. Again, their original equipment from 1986. The concrete has suffered, I guess. And so we are, over the next 3 years, because we can't do it all at once, we have to sequence it to maintain functionality, but we're investing $10 to $12 million in refurbishing those old pumps, or that old concrete, as well as replacing all the mechanical equipment in there. Next slide. As hopefully you're aware, and again, thank you for your support, we had to go out for a vote to get our new outfall, and that is the green line that you see on the right-hand picture there. Our existing outfall is the gray line. It currently goes down to the Main Street roundabout and then over through Clackamas Park. We found a much better place in the river for the new outfall, which is just below the I-205 bridge. That project, we're expecting that to take place in 24-25. We just got the 60% design on that, and the prices went up. And so we're having a conversation with the contractor and with the design engineer to try to get the prices back down. That will be a pretty visible project. It's going to be an open cut, essentially from the treatment plant on the top down to where the current outfall diverges from that path, and from there on it's going to be a tunnel boring machine. It's going to be a 90-inch, so 7.5-foot diameter pipe. So it's going to be a big hole. And the current plan is that that tunnel boring machine will come out at the bottom of the river, and it will be a wet exit, as they say, and it will be retrieved from the river. So it should be minimally invasive for John Storm Park.
I'd like to keep that slide in mind for a future question I'm going to ask at the end of this.
Okay, I'll set it aside. All right, next slide. And this is what I alluded to earlier. Oregon City, Westland, Gladstone, us, we all have pipes in the ground. Some of them are concrete, some of them are older. A lot of them, some of them are clay. Not in our district, but I'm sure there's some in Oregon City. And they leak, and that sends both rainwater and groundwater to our treatment plant, and it shouldn't go there. And it's a big problem. It's something that we have to invest in together. And like I said, we did a study. We decided, hey, let's use the carrot approach and encourage our cities. We can only do so much. We have 365 miles of pipe. Combined, the cities probably have at least twice that much. And so how can we help the cities achieve the goals that will benefit everybody? Again, that collaborative partnership. That was the I&I agreement, and that's what John and his team are doing such a great job on. All right, next slide. Another project that we have going on, I don't know if you've noticed, but Kiewit, the construction company for the I-205 bridge, has a large staging area. We're leasing them about 3 acres of our land for that. We also have a partnership with ODOT to put a force main on the new Abernathy Bridge. We are in another big project that we have coming up is our Willamette Pump Station, which is next to the old Blue Heron Lagoons, and it essentially moves most of the flows from Westland along the river, under the river, or over the Oregon City Bridge. That we can no longer, there's structurally, we cannot put a bigger pipe on the Oregon City Bridge. And so we took the advantage of the construction window and piled on or joined ODOT and are putting a new force main to complement that Willamette pump station project. And as a happy event, our pipe will be built before we need it. And so we are going to allow West Lynn to use that pipe for drinking water. So for some period of time, while they're building their actual drinking water pipe and before we use it, they'll be able to use that to supply West Lynn with South Fork water, which is good for South Fork and it's good for West Lynn because it's cheap. It's a much cheaper alternative. So happy to be able to partner on that. All right, next.
Their alternative was not good.
Yeah. So this is our Three Creeks area, and typically I wouldn't necessarily talk about our surface water program much, but because you guys have your own surface water program, and that's not something that we do in Oregon City. But this is a kind of a special one. This is adjacent to Clackamas Community College Harmony campus. It's 80 acres of, pretty much wilderness in the city. We've owned it for a long time, and we are investing. It's about a $3 million construction project that we're going to be kicking off soon. The reason I think it's important for you guys to know is when we took a state revolving fund loan out for the solids handling project, that was a $37 million loan. The original interest rate on that was 2.2% or so. DEQ and the state were really wanting to get surface water projects that improve water quality done and to use SRF dollars to do it. And so we leveraged that $37 million loan. We got we took a loan out for this project on the surface water side, but it lowered our interest rate to 1%. So effectively doing this project saves over $4 million saves $4 million over the life of the loan on the sanitary side. So win-win. All right, next. Again, the partnerships, just an example, we have our River Health Grant Program that's $300,000 a year, work with a variety of some private businesses, a lot of nonprofits to do watershed health projects, streamside plantings, watershed health education, and that, all kinds of things like that. We also work with support the Clackamas River water providers. We provide about $10,000 a year to them to support their work, which helps everybody in the community, we think. Next. We're also big fans of the Clackamas Community College Environmental Learning Center and Dr. Renee Harbour. We fund our environmental education with IGAs with Clackamas Community College, and what that does, part of our stormwater permit that we get from the state, that we're a co-permittee actually with Oregon City, we have to have some kind of, demonstrate some kind of water quality-based environmental education as part of the requirements of that permit, and this helps us do that. And they do fun stuff like watershed health field trips, water industry career exploration, live streams into elementary classrooms. It's been a great partnership and one that we will continue into the future. Next slide. This one, oh yeah, Solve. How could I forget about Solve? This is our 5th year working with Solve. They have a program called the Summer Waterways Cleanup series, where they essentially do trash removal around and sometimes in local water bodies. Last year we had an event at, I think it was our kickoff event, or maybe it was the end of the year, at Clackamas Park. Our kickoff this year was at Meldrum Bar, and if anybody is available on Thursday, September 28th, we have that's our closing cleanup for the season, and it'll be at High Rocks from 9 to 11.
Are we going to have to dodge the swimmers and
I don't know, September, I see.
maybe they won't be swimming?
Yep. And as far as things that we're doing, oh, sorry, next slide. In Oregon City, we sponsor the movies in the movies in the park. We've done the Downtown Oregon City First City celebration. I'm not sure why we haven't done that lately, but we're certainly open, and that part of the,
It's next Saturday.
okay. Well, and I would like to understand if there are other community events that you think, I mean, we bring a booth in some cases, sometimes we just have a banner, depending on.
I'll find out why they didn't reach out to you.
Yeah, we want to be members of this community and support this community in the events. And we also had a Green Roof Think Tank event that you can see there on the left that Mayor McGriff, thank you for attending that. That was a good event. We also support the Oregon City Chamber and Oregon City Business Alliance. And if you folks are there, I'm pretty much there all the time. Just on a personal note, about a year and a half ago, I joined the Oregon City Rotary, and I'm loving it. I really am. It's a good group of people, and it's nice to give back to the
Greg's
community.
smiling.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Greg's our computer guy, and I think the group would fall apart without him, I know. And then lastly, I wanted to talk about our Good Neighbor Fund. That's $200,000 a year. I know the Parks and Rec team's doing a great job on that. The Cove River Access Trail restoration, invasive species removal, tree cleanup, and there's other projects in the pipeline. And so we're happy to, again, collaboratively partner through the Good Neighbor Agreement. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Do.
Comments? And you wanted to go back to that one slide.
It may have value. The one that, just had it up. So obviously, West and the City of Oregon City are partners, and we collaborate on things. And your page 3 statement about being a collaborative partner and protecting public health and investing in our people. So in my travels, I've become aware of a conversation. We at some future point would like to develop the Cove. And we're aware that one of the great barriers to that is water quality. And I don't know if you've been part of the conversation, but I've been told that there's a possibility of engaging into some kind of partnership with West to filter in membrane filtered water, which is high quality water. Were you part of that conversation?
We were approached with that idea a year and a half, 2 years ago or so.
Well, the value of it was twofold. I mean, it would lower the temperature of the cove, and it would increase the circulation, and that would be preventative to the algae blooms that we occasionally get there. I don't want to lose sight of that conversation, and I don't want it to die for lack of attention, because I think it's a very valuable conversation. I don't know at what point I see where that line runs parallel to the cove. Would the water be filtered off of that and directed into it?
So there's a real regulatory hurdle.
Possibly.
What's that?
Possibly, correct?
Right, well, there is at this point. So Jerry Herman is the one who approached me, and I'm just blanking on the person's name, a former longtime DEQ employee who early in his career was involved in developing what they call the 3-basin rule. And in Oregon, there's 3 river bodies that you cannot, that they banned any additional discharge into. One of those is the Clackamas.
But you're discharging into the Willamette already, correct?
Right, the Willamette's not in. That's why, in all likelihood, that's why the Tri-City treatment plant, when it was built in 1986, did not send a pipe out to the Clackamas. They had to go all the way to the Willamette because it's against state law to discharge into the Clackamas.
Well, I'm curious, because that area is impacted by tidal flow. No question about it.
Yeah.
I mean, could it be considered, and it's very, could it be considered an extension of the Willamette?
Well, that's what, and again, I'm sorry I'm blanking on his name, but that's what he said he may be able to help with.
I would love to see that pursued and not summarily say, well, we can't. Let's find out what we can do and let me know if I can be of help. I know Jerry obviously is a driving force in that, but it would be so important to this city and to the quality of wildlife and to the quality of the fish quality and everything. What are we from the Willamette, 150 yards, 200 yards?
I will say we did make what I consider to be progress in the legislature this year. So I forget the name of the bill. I don't think I wrote it down, but we were supporting it through the Association of Clean Water Agencies for Oregon. And what it does is it directs DEQ to review and revise the Oregon's reuse rules. So all the rules that apply to what that MBR water, they're very onerous. It's to the point where we can't even take a tanker truck, fill it with that beautiful effluent, and flush our own sewer lines. It doesn't make any sense. And so through that review process, that, from a regulatory standpoint, that could open a door.
I would love to see that. I mean, we're talking filtered membrane water, which is high quality water, and it would do those two critical things that would make this a more achievable goal for Oregon in terms of development and water quality and recreational quality and so many benefits. So I'd like us to pursue it somehow.
I agree. I just was at a water reuse summit last month that was put on by Clean Water Services. And there's a lot of energy right now around reuse. And one of the key impediments is that regulatory burden, which hopefully will get lifted.
So that new pipe or the old, is that the very pipe that carries filtered membrane water?
Yeah, the effluent is mixed from the MBR. It's called a mix box. So the conventional, the original side of the facility is mixed with the effluent from the MBR, and it goes out currently through the gray line on the slide. And in the future, it'll be in the green line.
To me, this proximity to the cove is inviting.
What's going to happen to the gray line?
We're going to keep
it.
Yeah, it'll be a.
That's what I was remembering you said, but.
Yeah, we'll keep it. It'll be used for, and we have to do maintenance. It'll be used if we have extremely high flows.
So you're saying let's just put a little loop in it and put it in the cove?
Yeah.
That's what I hear you
How
saying.
proximate it is to the Willamette, regardless how you look at it. I mean, there's things we can do down there to increase that water quality and make that a developable, attractive recreation area that it currently is. That's the number one impediment to attractive development is water quality. I don't want to lose sight of it. Since you were here, it came to mind.
We, at our MBR facility, the original one, maybe the second iteration of the cove development, we approached them to see if they would be interested in using our MBR effluent for flushing toilets, landscaping, things like that. We also have a spigot that we installed when we built the facility so we could fill tanker trucks that could be used to landscaping during the summer. Hanging baskets on the street signs or light poles, things like that. But again, the regulatory hurdle is too high right now.
To do that?
Right. Yeah, it would cost, well, and this was at least 5 years ago when I looked at it, over $25,000 a year just in additional monitoring and lab costs to do it. Because
Well, it seems like a good idea. When we start talking about the cove, that's something we should keep in mind, that there's a possibility to do that. I mean, I hate to say everybody's doing it, but they are doing it.
And I think Oregon,
In terms of the gray water,
But I mean, this is filtered membrane. This is essentially, you could drink this stuff, couldn't you?
it doesn't meet drinking water standards, but
But it's close.
you cannot tell if I filled that bottle, you would not be able to tell that it's not drinking water.
But the positive benefits are just so much, and if we can get that achieved, I don't know what the scale of that is, but it's not that far to access the cove, and the question is, where do you do it? And from there, how far is it to the Willamette, which is like almost stone's throw. And we can get a little movement on it. It's a lot easier than other solutions that have been put forth that involve migratory fish and everything else.
So would the design of the new outfall, I think the old one will be in place, but would the design of the new one allow some percentage of the water to be diverted into the old one to do what Commissioner O'Donnell's suggesting?
That's a question for the engineers. My expectation is that we would peel it off before it goes to the mix box, because we would have to have a wide spot in the road and figure out a distribution system and all that. So no, we wouldn't. We would have to find a place that we can pull it before it hits the mix box and mixes with the other.
And that mix box is on your property?
Yes.
Okay.
So where would that be at? Is that up there where it says Tri-City Water Resource?
Yes, yes.
Well, even that, depending on where that mix box is.
So it's, yeah, it's I couldn't throw a rock that far, but some people could.
And that enters at the top of the cove, which gives it the maximum, as opposed to, I know what Mike was thinking down there where, you know, that's close to the exit. And, I mean, if we could do that, and we could maybe look at that dredging permit, resurrecting it, which is not your line of work, we could do wonders with that piece of water.
Well, like I said, we're open to the conversation, and the way I left it with Jerry and his partner was, let's figure out if you can figure out the regulatory puzzle, we're more than happy to talk.
My question then is, who does that? Is that for the city of Oregon City to do?
Well, I mean, they agreed. Like I said, he was a longtime DEQ employee and actually was involved in the development of the three basin rule and seemed to think that he could make progress.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for being here, guys. Just for public information, could you talk about the ways that you calculate rate differentials among different jurisdictions and why the rate increase among Oregon City was higher than the average?
Sure. It goes back to the slide that showed the legacy debt service and the rate harmonization slide. I don't know if we can pull that back up.
Sure.
Yeah. One more. So that yellow component, and again, that's the legacy debt that rate zone 2 incurred in 2011 timeframe and will be gone in the 2031 timeframe. So the 5% rate increase that is applied to that rate zone is partially offset by the reduction over time of that debt service. That's why when that debt service is gone, we will be at the same rate.
District-wide?
Yes.
Okay.
And there are things like, there's minor differences. Some folks have right-of-way fees, some folks don't.
Next. Mike? Okay, Rocky, well, it's up to you and me.
Not a word.
Well, just since I'm probably one of the newer members besides Councilor Baumgartner on the West Advisory Committee, I have asked some questions, and obviously I'm coming at it from an Oregon City standpoint. I still have concerns and will have concerns because I don't really see how rate harmonization is going to help. It's going to basically help the smaller entities. It's not going to help the cities. The cities are going to end up, in my opinion, the way I read it, and I'm not an engineer or a financial person, but when I look at it, to me, it basically is a subsidy. We are subsidizing them. I don't inherently disagree that, maybe the rates need to be the same for everybody, but the services are not the same for everybody. And that's what I'm still struggling with. And again, I admit that I go back to the time when I worked for the city. We were Tri-City Service District. And I had at least a rudimentary understanding of how that worked. And I've tried to plow through some of the information that staff has been generously giving to me so that I can get a better understanding. What I have concerns about have to do with that, but I think too, in my observations, just general observations of the West Advisory Committee, it's really more of a high-level committee, which is kind of how it should function. I don't think that there's expertise on it to deal with the stuff that we talk about in terms of understanding what SDCs are, how the rates work, and all the really detailed work. And I'm wondering why we used to, under Tri-Cities, have a technical advisory committee. where it was local government people, and I know we all have a bunch of other stuff to do, but to me, I think we need to re-engage that group so that stuff gets looked at by them before it comes to the committee. Sometimes when we're in groups, it is telling to me how the group reacts and responds in different ways. One of the that's telling to me is when we've gone through some of this very technical stuff, nobody asks any questions, and that says something to me. Either they're just rubber stamping it, or they really don't understand it, and they don't want to say that they don't understand it. And I mean, I raised my hand, I said, I don't understand this, because that's not my thing. So sometimes questions asked are telling, and questions that aren't asked are telling. And so I am just wondering whether it's really appropriate for Wes to rely so heavily on that committee when it's all lay, primarily it's lay people. And this technical advisory committee, to me, could be a sounding board for these things that are more technical, like we do with transportation issues and some other issues. And so I would really like to strongly recommend that come back. Again, like I said, I'm going to get killed by our staff because, yeah, we just need one more thing to do and everybody else's staff. But the advisory committee is basically just a group of lay people, whether they represent their district areas. It's hard for me to tell because I don't really hear them talking about that. The only jurisdictions I hear talking about specific things are the cities. Are the three of us that are there, not three of us, but the three cities that are there, because you've got, Hoodland Water District or Hoodland, what I don't know all the names. I'm still getting that in my head. So they're getting, to be honest with you, and again, I'm not trying to be disruptive. I am just saying that from the standpoint of Oregon City and what I see as a lay person, there are still major inequities. And so remember one of the questions I asked in the part of the budget process, I didn't ask it at the commissioners, but so I said, okay, we already have administrative costs that the city of Oregon City has for processing billing for certain things that we do. And then we have Wes doing the billing and the same thing for some of the same stuff we're doing. So we're getting billed twice for it technically, because we're already sending out a bill to our stakeholders for the stormwater and whatever else we're getting processed. And then we've got the Wes administrative fee. So my question was, well, how is this fair to Wes Lynn, who's probably doing the same thing, and to Gladstone, who may be not doing the same thing? So how does that get looked at? And the answer was, well, it's just spread across everybody. Well, again, I'm trying to understand why somebody in another district that doesn't do the same things that we do is getting the same service. I mean, everybody's getting the same service, but in all of this inherently, there is a subsidy to those smaller districts. And maybe that's how we get parity. But again, what I still don't have a clear understanding is if we were all getting the same service, I could understand that. Because it's clear across the board. We're all paying for this thing because we're all doing the same thing, but we're not all doing the same thing. So there's no way to, I think somebody suggested earlier, why can't we have some sort of a meter? Because again, this is my layperson perspective. I'm assuming when the stuff from Oregon City comes, it's coming from a certain place. So it comes into a pipe somewhere and then it all gets commingled. So how do we know, and we've asked this question, how do we know how much we're really using? We don't know. I'm assuming the pipe that comes in Hoodland, the pipe that comes from Damascus is coming in somewhere, or does it all come to a certain place and then it's all, one big pie? I don't know. So it's just, again, this is from a layperson's perspective. We're talking about stuff at that meeting that is so far up here, so far above the advisory committee, that's why people don't ask any questions. I guess. I don't know.
So there was a lot there.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm just.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I have
exactly right.
I have have more, but this is immediate to me right now. And I was talking to Wes Lynn about this. I said, well, I said, do you know how much you're paying compared to everybody else's? What everybody else is paying?
And that's intentional.
It is, and it is intentional, and it's always been that way. I mean, it is, and always has, since 1980, has been a regional facility. There was never any thought, intention, or to somehow apportion it based on flow. If I can go back to answer, so we do have a technical advisory team, and it's our engineer, our chief engineer, and public works directors, and city engineers from all of the cities that we serve. They meet, I think it's every other month. So we do have that. What was the other point? Oh shoot, no, I lost it. There was too much.
Essentially subsidies.
Well, yeah, so that's, and I think, I just had a meeting with city staff yesterday evening, or afternoon, and we were sending them a bunch more information, and we're gonna meet again probably in a couple weeks with John and his team, to make sure that we're really clear about how that ebbs and flows. But it is, in a way, it is like a city. A district is like a city. You know, a homeowner might be getting their street paved this year and a new sidewalk next year, and then they won't see the city for 25 years. They're often, but everybody's paying kind of the same. So in that sense, if you're receiving wastewater treatment, you are receiving the same service. It may be at Tri-City, it may be at Kellogg, or it may be at one of our little tiny facilities, but it is the same service. And we don't, again, the same way the city doesn't apportion SDCs or to you know, parse it out by neighborhood or by who's using what or who needs what. We don't do it in a district either. And I think if we look at it, Oregon City might be surprised at which way that money is going. Over the next 3 years, that $8 million that's going into the I&I projects, that represents 50% of the rate revenue from Oregon City. So we're essentially, and that's not coming from, you know, that's coming from the body of our ratepayers. We have 2/3 of our ratepayers are in the form, well, CCSD number 1. The rehabilitation project, the two that I mentioned were both, those aren't for growth. And the $10 million project and the influent pump station, that's being paid for by ratepayer dollars. And it's everybody that's paying that. If Tri-City was just paying that, it would be a lot more expensive. So I'm convinced that the money is flowing this way. And I'm comfortable with that because back in the day when CCSD number 1 talked about building a new treatment plant to accommodate their growth, it was astronomical. And it makes a whole lot of sense to use Tri-City, and they should pay for that. Tri-City should benefit from that, and I think they do.
So then my last point is that I appreciate this because obviously you were correct. This was before my time. So this was the steps that Wes took to do presentations about the rate increase. So the thing that I noticed that is absent from this is that there were it doesn't look like there were any meetings that were city focused. So there was communications flyers to economic development, Clackamas CPO, Stafford Hamlet, Sunnyside CPO, but no West Lynn, no Oregon City, no Gladstone separately to talk to folks, because I've already heard from developers what happened, how come this rate got, we're in the middle of our permit process and, our rate, our original estimate is now different from the estimate now. And I said, well, that's because as of July 1, basically the West District added an increase. And they were like, whoa. And I said, yeah, I know it happened before your time and you're in the middle and you're not done with your project. So I said, all of these things are increased because our STCs went up as well and a few other things. And so they feel like, we slammed them. And so it's not just West. So believe me, I defended everybody and said, look, this is to accommodate, inflation, et cetera, et cetera. But, there was over there.
Yeah, and I think obviously there's always, in hindsight, we thought we did a very thorough job. My sense is that and I wasn't brains of that operation, is that we felt like we were reaching the cities through the advisory committees because we have representatives from the cities. And we were talking about it with the technical advisory team.
But separate, but I think in the future, separate,
Yeah.
if you're gonna do separate meetings with all these other organizations, there should be, a separate meeting for, what I would consider three of the major shareholders, which is the three cities. So that they, even if one person shows up, you've checked the box, we've said, we've been on the outreach. Because I mean, how many people in the Stafford Hamlet showed up? I don't know. But it's something they should be concerned about. But people don't recognize that until, later. Oh, well, I should have, they hear about it at the end. They don't hear about it at the beginning. So I appreciate this because this is covering the bases. I agree. And, now I can say to somebody when they ask me about it, I said, well, it started in this time and this is how it went through the process and you gotta pay attention.
On the rule, I will say, on the rules and regulations, we actually had supportive testimony from the Home Builders Association in Portland Metro. So I felt like they were pretty darn comfortable with what we were doing.
What is the current number and makeup of the advisory group?
It is 20 members. We've got elected officials from each of the city. We have...
Yeah, how many cities represented?
Three.
Oh, no, I mean, all of them. So we've got Happy Valley, Milwaukee, Johnson City, and the three down here.
And one of the
so that's
things
what,
you had,
how many?
on one of the things that you put out, you had a list. It isn't in this.
Yeah,
Is it in
That's not necessarily the makeup of the group.
Oh, yeah, you're
Trust
right.
me, no.
Yeah.
You would assume that the
It's in
bullet
the
points
back
here
page.
make up the group, but there's more people on there than that. So my point
No,
is
this is the group.
Yeah, it's on
Other
the back
than, it's
Exactly.
it's dated now because Tammy Stemple's no longer the mayor.
Okay,
Now
which page?
the new mayor is,
Mike,
15 inside.
Okay, so and you said the makeup was 20, correct?
yeah.
So we're at
But
5.
I would say Martha Schrader and Paul Savas are not members, but they are the liaison from the board and the backup liaison from the board.
they send somebody else.
David Schlief is
I
no
mean, what I'm
longer.
getting at is how many votes on the advisory board, or this advisory group, and what does that makeup represent? Because the balance is not cities. Which is why when you go to the advisory group, the cities have issues with not being represented, because that group was a lot smaller years ago. And what has happened is that advisory group has become a massive number, so it weighs the advisory group to not cities. And that is a huge issue, and so, Mayor, you're seeing this exactly right. And it's been a subsidy ever since.
As part of our bylaws, if there's an issue that the cities don't agree with, we've never had a conflict. But if there's an off-ramp where there's a separate group that meets, that's the cities and the county. So if there is a conflict, that there is a tool to separate that and really be able to hear.
Yeah, and we might be using that. So there are 5 representatives for cities on this group, including Happy Valley.
Well, it's been talked about in the past. We need to get all the cities on the same page, and we need to do it.
Yeah. So anyway, so I think, I appreciate your answering my questions. I'll, as I continue to dive into all the material you're giving me, and I am being responsible trying to read it all. So
Thank you.
because that's important. I want to contribute to the organization and make sure that we are doing what we need to do and bring a perspective that of Oregon City has, because obviously Happy Valley doesn't do the same type of processing that we do because the district does it all.
Right.
Gladstone's too small, so it's really basically Oregon City and Westland kind of out there. So.
And I will say, when you joined the advisory committee, there was a reason I approached you to be on our budget committee, because I've seen how you guys work. I know that, accountability and transparency is very near and dear to you. It's something we want to demonstrate, and I appreciate the scrutiny and the level of attention. We welcome it.
Anything else?
For the record, I agree with everything you and Commissioner Smith said, and
It hasn't changed, Tim.
no, it hasn't, and I don't know how that subcommittee would be formed. I hope it's not a vote of everybody, because it may not
It's the cities.
pass.
Yeah. So maybe we need to, request that be called so that we can have that discussion.
Having a civil engineering degree myself, I do not understand why you can't differentiate input from different
You
communities.
can, we can, we
They
have.
can.
We absolutely can. Yes, we just don't.
You're saying we might not like that answer, is that what you're saying?
Well, you'll never get that answer. We've asked
No,
for
we've
it.
given the answer multiple times. I will say that we do have two civil engineers that are the vice chair of our advisory committee is the former Walton Valley Water Director and President of the American Society of Civil Engineers. And then Christopher Bowker is a civil engineer who lives in, and does this type of work, and lives in Gladstone.
Okay,
Appreciate you coming.
So, thank you. Have a good night.
thank you so much. Thank you for the, I guess we can keep the extras, we might need them.
Sure.
All right.
Take a time out?
Yeah, let's just take a break. We've been sitting for a bit. So let's come back at, because I'm like craning my neck back this way. Let's come back at, 24 after.
Well, it's just us girls, huh?
Yeah, we chased everybody away. Dave's sticking with us.
That's it.
Well, that way, so we can make some, we can have some conversation with our two absent colleagues about what the heck is going on. How come they just left Dave in the lurch?
Oh, I know the answer.
Well, we know what the answer is.
Yeah, I think we know.
Yeah, somebody called me from the road back from Montana this afternoon.
He sends me a picture of every fish he catches.
Well, no, the other one,
Oh,
not Mr. Band, Mr. Sean called me, so.
the only consoling words he had for me is, "Oh, someday your day will come."
How was that consoling? That sounds like that was rubbing it in.
Man, I thought I was circling the drain when he said that.
I think that was probably part of it. It was that na, I'm here and you're not.
Yeah.
All right.
Where would we like to start?
Well, let's go back to the top of the pops. Okay, so we're calling the meeting back to order, and we're gonna start back up at the top.
So list of future work session agenda items. So we've got the Promenade Charter Park discussion coming up in August. Trying to get back with the business license amendment. So this was looking at business license specifically around summer events that were being put on. And then development opportunities of city-owned properties within the urban renewal district. That was brought up at the last urban renewal commission meeting, as well as the city commission. We were also looking at potentially bringing, there was a discussion about policies, procedures for public meetings. We'll try to fit that one in there as well. That one kind of came after this agenda went out as to try to prioritize that discussion.
Where is your recommendation? I think it was the two of you. We wanted to set some general guidelines for what is the content of the postcards that go out.
I feel like we had a good discussion with the Citizen Involvement Committee. We brought Ms. Richter in to have that discussion with them. The neighborhood reached back out to staff and Ms. Richter to kind of talk about what they need to do to stay in compliance. I will say that I think it was a good kind of, okay, this can happen. It's really the only time I can recall something like that happening with CIC mailings. So I feel like we've had the discussion, they're aware, they know what's happening now, what the ramifications are, what they can and cannot do with a little more clarity, plus we're looking out for it. I guess I feel like if it becomes a thing that happens again, maybe then we kind of engage a little bit more, but sorry.
Just a comment, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but my concern is beyond just the content of what it had. I think it's also just the format of what it was significantly more costly than what a normal postcard would have been. This was a half of a page, multicolored gloss finish.
Use of our logo without approval.
For me, it's more than just the fact that it had political speech on it, but that it was not the best use of their dollars. And so I don't know if that would be a reason for us to say it must be this size and in one color or whatever, because in the end, they can spend the money mostly how they wish. And that's a line that we have tended not to cross, but I will say it's not just the political speech thing. And I also do still believe that the money ought to be reimbursed back to the city for that postcard. And I'm not sure if that has been a request or if, anyway.
I'd agree with all that. I think it should be a cost-effective means of getting the message out. I don't see any problem with dictating size and print type. I guess in the end, when you have something like that happen, what you want to put in place is preventative measures to keep it from happening again. So I don't know what preventative measures are. We've counseled them, but do we have a catch, a preventative measure that says that won't happen again? Not, well, it might happen again. No, it won't happen again. I don't know what that measure would be, a final review by whomever.
Yeah, I think we've walked this line, right, of we don't run the neighborhood associations.
But we finance that
We
message.
finance the mailings, right?
Yeah,
So, I'd be leery to have the expectation that staff is going to be responsible going down every website. So, I mean, there has to be some responsibility for these neighborhood associations if they want to be part of it, right? The flip side is you break the rules, we kick you out, we're not going to pay for your mailings anymore.
But there's a final publication that's put together before it's released for distribution.
Sure, but I mean, we're not clicking on links. We're not going to their websites. They can change the website after we review it. I mean,
You do that, then you
We
stepped
don't know
over the
when they're
line.
reviewing it, so.
When who reviews it? When the city?
Yeah, the staff takes a look at it to make sure, yeah.
Well, we keep a reviewed copy, and anything that's published is different than that, then there's going to be a problem.
Well, each neighborhood association does have a charter, which was approved by the city, and I guess I'm somewhere in the middle between you two, because first, like you said, it's never ever happened. Everybody kind of knew what the rules were until we didn't. And I think that maybe some very general guidelines, bullet points, whatever. I mean, we just had a neighborhood meeting in McLaughlin, and we had about 25 people there with the, with the regular small little postcard.
See this at every level, even at the national level. We have relied upon norms and the integrity of people, and all of a sudden they're all violated.
Yeah, right. Well, and I'll also add that I don't know if we can say for certain that this is the first time something has happened. What I can say is that this is the first time we've had a city commissioner who's been involved in a neighborhood who has noticed a mailing that had political speech on it and brought it to our attention. So we can't say that this isn't the first time that it's happened, and that it'll be the last time that it'll happen. So again, this is a lot more than just the speech. It's about the cost effectiveness of the fact that we're the ones with the purse strings and we're the ones who are providing that financing for the neighborhood associations. And being the liaison to the CIC, I understand that it's a touchy subject, the perception of trying to tell them what to do. But in the end, when it's the money that is coming from our purse strings to finance this, I think there ought to be some simple guideline about the dimensions and how crazy and extravagant a mailing and a printing can cost. And that also ought to be a conversation that happens alongside another conversation with the communications team about how we can get into some more modern forms of communication that actually are a lot cheaper, and they're a lot more effective at getting the message out. And that's something that I know a lot of neighbors have pushed back on. But again, I said this at our last meeting about this matter. If we as a city were investing in something that had as terrible of a return rate as we do on the postcards, then our citizens would be pissed off with us.
We discontinue it.
Well,
Because you didn't get your 25 people at your meeting because of that postcard. I don't think. You have a base of people in your community.
we had quite a few people there that had not come before, and it came because
Because of the postcard?
they said they got the postcard. We added all those new people to the e-blast list, so that if there's something else that happens, they'll get the postcard and they'll get another notification. So they don't know what the email is unless somebody gives it. So now there's more people that came to this meeting who hadn't been there before, who they ask every meeting, did you get the postcard? Yeah, the postcard. So, but anyway, it is partially effective. I won't say that's 100% effective, but it does. But combined, like you said, combined with other things, I think it is part of a bigger picture. I know one of the neighborhoods talked to me about, well, we'd like to take our money, instead of doing a postcard, we'd like to do a newsletter. And I said, well, here's the thing. You can get, I don't know how many pages you want to have, but if you have, folded, 8.5 by 11 folded in half, and you mail that, that's a cost. I said, or the other thing you can do is you could start raising some funds if you want more than that. And I kind of got, I said, well, how do you do the other things in your neighborhood that you want to do that you're not getting funding from the city? Because I don't think the city should be putting on ice cream socials. If you want to have an ice cream social, you should fund that yourselves.
I feel the same way. I feel it's like when you come for a grant and you say, for the grant, I'm going to replace this. And then you say, well, we got that money. We're not going to do that. Let's do this. Let's do this. We give that money to publish that postcard, and that's where it goes. If you want to do something else, then you take that upon yourself, and I think
But
that's
I
what
mean,
you
they
said.
could come back to CIC and say, instead of a postcard, we want to do this. And if they use up the money, then that's it. So, again, let's
Yeah.
think about it some more and bring it back. We can talk about it again. But
I guess, does this, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think it would be pretty simple for Mr. Lyman or whoever to put together, here's the size,
Here's the format.
one color ink, date, time, place, agenda.
Right.
Contact info for the chair.
The reason that the
period.
McLaughlin, we go back and forth on whether it works or not, the McLaughlin postcards have always worked for me. One, because they look the same every time.
Right.
They're the same template, and it's like, okay, and I look at it every month, it's like, okay, if there's something I'm interested in, I'll tune into a meeting. But I think there's something about the consistency of the size and shape and what it looks like in every
You're looking for
meeting,
record.
and I know it,
They
and
know
I
what it
see it,
is
I
when
look
it's
for it every
available.
month.
Would it be acceptable if I work with comms and the CIC liaison and maybe we have this discussion with the CIC? If maybe
Yeah.
they can open this a little bit
Sure,
as
yeah,
well?
I'm happy to have them own it. Yeah.
Yep.
I think Adam's got some great ideas.
Because there may be some things they want to include that we're not thinking of that are
Yeah.
important to them that go on their mailings that,
Sure.
not sure.
Sounds like a plan.
But I also want to reiterate again that I believe that the money spent on that postcard should be reimbursed.
So you believe Mr. Berg should reimburse the city?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. He was getting out a personal message. It was a campaign message, essentially. Yep.
So I guess I don't want to make any decisions here because essentially
not,
we're
okay.
asking one person acting on behalf of the neighborhood to make a payment. I guess I would like to talk with the attorney and try and figure out, I feel like that's probably a directive that needs to come during a public meeting.
Right.
Yeah, I would be interested in knowing how much more that cost compared to like their previous, the meeting.
We can find, we can find
Yeah,
that.
compared to what they paid
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see the
previous
bills
meeting.
that came in
Right,
most likely.
right.
Yeah, the postcards cost a certain amount, and that would have cost, a whole lot more. So yeah, let's leave it at that right now. It looks like we have a general consensus that we want to have further conversation about it.
Can I talk about something that's been on my mind about
Yes, sir.
future agenda? I'm always conscious of our relationship with our partners. And I've been watching DOCA, and DOCA appears to be in decline, almost ineffective. They've lost their major leadership, at least their top two positions. Is Wesley the only one left?
Yeah.
Staff-wise, yeah.
The events person was not in a leadership position. It was kind of like the director, and then there's events, but they were not, like the second in command for the organization.
Well, events was a critical aspect of their service to the city. And, did they perform and did they put forth events? I've been worried about them since that first, they call it remonstration, where a number of businesses left. I'm not sure who they represent.
Oh, you mean when Jonathan was still there?
Yeah, it goes back that far that they lost participants. I'm not sure. I'm not saying sever relationships with them. I'm saying review whatever document we have that defines our relationship and get our expectations and see if they're capable of performing them. I just don't know. I mean, the conversation before has been, we gave them $60,000, was it per year?
Yeah.
As startup money, and that's turned into in perpetuity. And I don't know what their sources of income are, and I don't know, are they performing the function that they're supposed to perform on behalf of the city? So I know that you'll be engaged with them on.
My last reading of the MOU, which I discussed with staff, is that they will be coming to do a report of some sort. I looked at the MOU to make sure that all the boxes were checked.
Where are they?
To date, they are. The First City Festival is still happening. There's a person that has been retained to pick up for the events. So that event, and things are moving forward.
And I know I asked them, I think last time, how many businesses in downtown do you currently represent? I don't think they gave me an answer. Is that important that they represent all of downtown?
It's not a member, because of the 501c3 status, there isn't a quote-unquote membership. You can't ask for a membership with the way the rules are that apply to that organization. So everyone is a member of the Downtown Association. There are people who've made donations.
What about when they said they wanted to withdraw?
Well,
What do you withdraw from if you're not?
Well, that was
If you're talking about, that was the EID.
That was the EID, yeah.
That was different.
Okay.
But they did.
One of the issues that they have is, to what Mayor McGriff just said, they can't provide any benefit to a business that joins the Friends group. And you can't even give them a free t-shirt by IRS regulations. So why would I, as a business, put money into this organization when essentially I get exactly the same thing if I'm not a member of it?
Right.
So that's the challenge that they have in trying to get voluntary friends. They can't call them memberships,
Yeah,
voluntary friends.
I guess what I want to know is what benefit are we accruing by virtue of their existence and practices? And if everybody here says they're doing what we need them to do, there's a concrete benefit to the amount and extent that we want, fine. But if it's not, I mean, to me, it's almost like you hire an outside sales rep agency. Are they getting it done for you or not?
So when will they be reporting to us next?
I'm not in charge of the schedule.
Well,
They're working on the MOU.
I agree with some of the concerns that Commissioner O'Donnell has. And so but knowing that we do have that annual or biannual opportunity to chat is good enough for me.
I've made a recommendation to them that they come quarterly to report, because there's things going on that need to be reported on.
So, in the agreement, they're supposed to come annually.
Okay.
Okay, so the last agreement was a 2-year agreement, $60,000 per year. We usually pay that first week of July of our new fiscal year. So their existing agreement expired on June 30th of this year. So right now, we have no agreement with them. We're not dispersing any funds to them at this point. Obviously, when Liz left, it was trying to work with Victoria, who was kind of trying to help out. I think it was just a capacity issue of trying to get in with the MOU to give the presentation to the commission and have a discussion if we're going to, extend it as is, or are there going to be any changes to that? So that date has just obviously slid. I've asked Mr. Graham to continue to try to reach out. I think the problem is we're running out of people to reach out to down there.
They had a meeting.
Are going to be able to come present to have the discussion that you're asking about for this commission to decide, are we getting the value out of it? What's happening? What's changed? What was met? What wasn't met? We had some issues. There were some things that were put out there that didn't include, like, for example, our logo on it. So what exactly are we paying for then, and what are we getting back? But that's for this commission to decide on what the value of that is.
Yeah, and all of this being cognizant of the fact that it's exactly as you say, we need to be providing at least a little bit of a cushion during this time of transition for them. But once that capacity is there, I think it would be helpful for us, not only as we're renegotiating this MOU or whatever, but also maybe updating what our expectations are.
I think that's what I've been saying.
Okay,
It's
great.
part of what the expertise that I'm giving them. I said, look, this is what I think our expectations are, and I've listed out like 4 things. It's been covered in the MOU. What my concern is that, again, I've probably said it 20,000 times. I said, any publication that comes out, our logo needs to be on it. We had a little bit of an impediment with the previous executive director. She received the direction from the board to do that, and she did not do that.
Well, even the yearly contribution, what it started, I mean, if it's transitioning to an ongoing support every budgetary period, then that's what it needs to be. But we need to be clear that
It's not startup money.
That's what I was told it was. I wasn't here for that. Can anybody speak to it? Was it startup money?
The first year, the $60,000 was gonna be a one-time thing. And that doesn't mean we couldn't renew it, and we did. And there's many years that I advocated for renewing it, because I thought it was.
Well, especially when they had the economic.
But it intended to be a start, yeah.
Well, and this is what I was trying to get at when we were having our budget discussions, when we were talking about funding certain things with one-time grants that our community may start to expect in the future. We need to be very careful when we're saying we're just giving this one time, because in the end,
Sometimes it's not.
it's a lot harder to kill a government program than it is to create one.
Well, the EID was one thing, but the thing that Oregon City Downtown Association has done with the funding is that you see the recruitment that occurred with the businesses that came in that are stabilizing the downtown. In terms of the restaurants, the number of people, again, I was down there this afternoon, 4 o'clock, finishing up an appointment, and people are already out having dinner, already out wherever they are shopping or whatever, and the parking spaces were full. And of course, we had our favorite issue, the diversion. So I was watching it crossing the street, backed up all the way to 10th, trying to get through the lights and coming across the bridge, and I just thought, oh. So anyway, I got into the ODOT discussion later on while I was talking to somebody on the street about the new, where the new gantry is supposed to be. So it morphed into that, but yes.
So on a different subject, because I want to be, I'm interested in the next conversation as well.
Yes.
But just because of the reordering of the agenda, this is something that I brought up at the last meeting, and that there was general consensus about regarding an Independence Day celebration that was city sponsored. I know that this is early for it to be on a work session, but I just wanted to say that after this presentation from the parks consultants, it's abundantly clear. I've had this priority investment rating chart on my screen since they left, because this backs up exactly what we know and what we hear in the community every single year, which is that having these cultural events, which yes, does include the founding of our country, is an important thing that we ought to be providing for our community. And so I'm happy to have further offline conversations with Parks and with Tony about what this looks like. And I realize that it's early for a work session on this, but I just wanted to reiterate that and double down on that.
It's early, but it's not. So to add
It's
to
never
that,
too early.
here we are, midway through summer number 2, with no plan for summer events, no plan how to fund them. And so, regardless of whether or not it's 4th of July or any other event, that discussion in terms of, by the way, that community, this community, community events, special events, etc., discussion, we've known for the last 2 years was absolutely crucial to people in this city. And we've done nothing on it, really. So that was part of last year's 2-year goals. We really found out that the city said that what makes Oregon City unique is these community events. Here we see it again in this study. So what's happened is we had made some progress, right? And then we were dealing with kind of the tourism piece, how to restructure and get to a point where we could launch summer, which we really didn't do that. Here we're in the second summer, we kind of are on hold, right? Because we lost a tourism person. We have no interest right now until we have a further discussion about hiring a tourism person. So having anything ready to go for events next summer, regardless of whether it's 4th of July or anything, that's a bigger conversation that we still have to address, and we still have to figure out how to get through to that point. And I think we have to do it, because even if we are on hold in terms of the Destination Marketing Association, which also is a very crucial conversation with the chamber in downtown, and the downtown now we're waiting again, for another leader, right? So here we are sitting there again in the same place we've been so many times, where we're gonna have another, every time we have a new downtown director, I say, now's the opportunity for us to get all on the same page again. So now we're gonna have this chance again.
We're gonna have a new chamber director.
Right, so it's a point to, we cannot miss this opportunity again. We have to somehow get this community together on the same page, businesses, tourism, chamber, to figure out how to, and the Destination Marketing Association thing is gonna be a long conversation, and that's not gonna happen in a year. But we need to at least have a plan for getting through next summer, because we've botched the last 2 summers.
What's interesting is that we did set aside the funding for the community, right? And I think we only allocated like 45,000 of the 100.
Right.
Right, and then we tried to go back out for the smaller ones and didn't get a lot of interest, but I do think.
We have 2 events that are coming up, the Brew Fest and the Three Rivers Artists Guild thing, which are community events.
Right.
But I think, maybe it's like, okay, could we utilize some of that 100,000, right, to a 4th of July event next year? Or we pick
we need
two,
to
or
start
we pick
having
2
that
things.
conversation, regardless
Just to
of
get
what the
started,
event is
that,
about.
it doesn't mean it has to always be that, right? But it could be.
I just mean that's a bigger.
Let's just go, jump in and say, we're gonna do these 2. Maybe it grows, maybe it changes, but we just start something.
Come up with a plan.
Yep.
Okay.
So thank you.
I had it on the list because I didn't want you to think that I had forgotten about what you said, so I wrote it down on my list. So, okay, so then we've gotten to the second page of, let's see, we're down to talking.
On to the next item.
Yeah, well, you've got through this list, and we were talking about facilities master plan, future South Fork Water Board, mountain line easements, vacation. Speaking of South Fork Water Board, I think that it would behoove the South Fork Water Board to do a presentation, a yearly check-in with the cities that are part of it. It's something I wanted to bring up at our joint meeting, and that's the other thing, is that we're due for a joint meeting with West Lynn. We've got two new city commission councilors who said, well, when are we having the next one? We can't wait. And I said, okay. I said, the ball's in our court. It's our turn to organize it. So I'll talk to Tony and see if we can get something on the calendar for this fall to talk about. So two of the topics that came up again, obviously we need to talk about I-205 tolling, homelessness, and then this South Fork Water Board, particularly because, again, we got 2 brand new people who don't.
Possibly from 4th of July.
Yeah, and maybe we do a joint 4th of July.
And maybe one other city involved.
Yes.
Maybe our mutual.
Deja vu all over again.
Yes, and that's the 4th topic, was about the coordination on the rivers, the 2 sides of the river, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so add that, so OC West Lynn meeting. Okay,
Okay.
and we're back down to the next
topic.
thing.
Okay, so this is a discussion of elected officials participating on nonprofit board of directors. So the city commission requests a work session to discuss the city commission member participation as a board member for a nonprofit, including those nonprofits that receive funding through memorandums of understanding, contracts, and/or grants with the city of Oregon City that are approved or awarded by the city commission. I did provide you from the Oregon Revised Statute, section 244020, defines a potential conflict of interest. What's interesting about it is what it specifically exempts. So ORS 224020 sub 13, potential conflict of interest, any action or any decision or recommendation by a person acting in a capacity as a public official, the effect which could, and that's the difference between potential and existing, could or would, be to the private pecuniary benefit or detriment of the person or the person's relative or a business for which the person or the person well is associated, unless that benefit or detriment arises out of one of the following. And the last one is membership in or membership on the board of directors of a nonprofit corporation that is tax exempt under section 501c3. The Oregon Government Ethics Law publication that I included also has a specific example that seems very on point. On page 15 includes an example which may exempt a public official from the requirement to make a public announcement or give a written notice, describe the nature of a conflict of interest. If the conflict of interest arises from a directorship on the board of or membership in a nonprofit corporation that is tax exempt under 501c of the IRS code. Example, a city councilor is also a board member of the local YMCA, a tax exempt 501c organization. The decision as a city councilor to award a grant to that YMCA would be exempt from the conflict of interest disclosure and participation restrictions. It does talk about a public official may choose in the interest of transparency to announce their various interests, even when not required to declare a conflict under Oregon government ethics laws. I have asked, Ms. Richter is online via Zoom. So really we couldn't, the ORS and the ethics guidance seems to indicate that they carved out city commissioners or council members on elected bodies that serve on 501c3s. They have a very clear definition of conflict of interest related to personal or family or business benefit. Now, at that point, I leave it to this commission to discuss with that background.
Yeah, well, you weren't there at it's not Metro Enhancement, it's Community Enhancement. I keep calling it Metro Enhancement because it was Metro Enhancement. Anyway, I did not vote when we did the tallying and the scoring. I did not vote on something because I sit on a board before I was elected and have been on this board. But when that discussion came up, I said, I have a conflict. I'm not going to participate in this discussion. And like I usually do, I just leave the room.
I guess,
and on that particular one I did, just because I didn't want to know what they were talking about, and I didn't do anything. And when it came time for scoring, I did not score that because I said, I'm not getting the money personally. The organization is getting it, but I felt, which is, so interestingly enough, let me back up. All the 501c3s that we sit on, everybody that I sit on, we all have got that booklet. I mean, I can't tell you how many copies of the booklet that I have now, but every single one of them has the booklet, so everybody is aware of these rules that the state has. And we have had, I would say consistently, particularly with Willamette Falls Heritage and Landings, the electeds don't vote on anything that has to do with grants. So like, for instance, they were getting a grant for something to do with the West Lynn City Hall. The West Lynn person did not vote. I voted because it's not, I said, yes, we should apply for this grant to get the West Lynn facility. It wasn't specifically any property we owned. We weren't involved in any transaction with that, but I felt I could support that as a board member. But the person who was from West Lynn said, I'm not voting on this because it's money to the city, the money to go back to the city, they're a city commissioner, whatever. So it's interesting that people are, they're more aware of it than I had thought, and I was glad to see that, which is good.
I think hopefully through this conversation, no matter where it ends up, I just don't want it to restrict the ability of commission members to be on boards and committees that are influential and impactful to our community, the region, and the state. I guess that'd be my one concern. Don't hamstring ourselves out of participating in these bodies that are making decisions, whether that's, do we draw a line at a 501c3 or, sitting on, South Fork Water Board or on, the West Advisory Committee or Heritage Landings, right, or the Locks Commission or whatever else may come down the road.
So I'll just start and say the reason I requested this, and thank you to my colleagues for agreeing to bring this up, is not necessarily to have a full-fledged conversation about every single involvement we as individuals may have on separate entities. My particular concern is about our relationship with the Downtown Oregon City Association. And after all of the things that I've said tonight about DOCA, I just want to make it abundantly clear that I strongly support them and that this is not in any way an action taken because I do not have trust in them. And it's not because I don't have trust in our current representative as well to abide by normal ethics. It's because we don't know down the future what this will look like if someone would have the wherewithal who was then the representative from the city to DOCA who will recognize that as something that could be an ethical gray area. And you don't have to look past just a couple mayors ago when looking at ethical boundaries that have been crossed by elected officials. And so I appreciate the background that you included, Tony. But I would just say that even though it says we can, I think of what the mayor has said when we've talked about our tree code and protecting our trees. We don't just want to do the bare minimum, we want to go above and beyond. And I think that should be especially true when we're talking about our ethics. And so I think that barring a separate conversation about all of our participation on a myriad of different boards and commissions that are separate from the city, my main concern was the DOCA one, because we do have so many opportunities where they're asking us for money. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to have a voting board member who, again, I appreciate, understands that they should not be taking those votes, but down the line that may not be the case.
Well, we have my onboarding on the DOCA board. There were 2 or 3 of us that came on at the same time. We had quite a discussion about onboarding. And then I also had a discussion with the previous member, which was Nancy Ide, and the previous member of that, Carol Pollitt. And that has been basically what I said, that has been the city's relationship. We have never voted on those particular things. In terms of primarily what I see my role is there is because there's a lot of planning and design that we're doing. I'm working with one of the other board members to get the project going that we have Main Street money for Larry Medeiros' building to keep that. It needs 2 of us to keep that project going. And so, because I have a little bit of background with that type of funding, I've been providing some expertise in facilitating that, keeping that moving. But, we're not directly getting that money. The organization got the money, but it facilitates economic development for downtown. The other thing that I'm working on, again, because I love the facility, is that I'm on a subcommittee involving the elevator. But it only involves the elevator in terms of how it functions, what the policies are. It's not involving anything to do with the contract at all. It's just what happens with the elevator. And when we had a little bit of a misunderstanding with one of our staff when they decided they were having a massive sale and then they started posting posters all over the elevator, it was like, no, we can't do that. Here's why. It's on the National Register. We can't just put duct tape on the side on the elevator. So that's also, again, because it's a historic property and that's part of my background.
Right, and all of this is why I believe we should, as a city, continue to have a voice on the board, but in the form of an ex officio member who is not able to vote.
I have a certificate of parliamentary procedure. And so sometimes I have to say, okay, you're gonna do this, you have to do this, and so you document it.
So I'm curious if, because Commissioner Smith may have been there when it was originally constituted, was there ever supposed to be a voting member from the city?
No.
I can address that.
Carol was a voting member.
No, she was not.
This is what she told me she was.
Not when she was on the commission, unless DOCA went against their charter.
I don't know.
Okay. Their charter until...
You mean the bylaws?
The bylaws, excuse me.
Yeah.
Their bylaws, until the change was made when you were the commission representative, called for an ex officio, non-voting city commission representative. And it was changed when you were in the position.
When I was a city commissioner.
Yeah. So that's the background on that. And I agree with Adam.
Victoria was also, it wasn't just the city commission position, it was all of them. The chamber is also
right, ex officio.
Right, well, not anymore, but they were, apparently. I don't know. Victoria basically wasn't Victoria, but they changed when Zach was the president, and you were on as well.
Changed what?
They changed that in their bylaws. They said they wanted more participation. And I mentioned the conflict thing, and I said, well, this is what I'm going to do. So if there's an issue, I'm not voting on it. I'll participate in this. If I feel like I can participate in the discussion, I will. If I don't, I won't. And Victoria has done the same thing.
See, and I don't think the discussion is about how you perform the job.
Right.
It's that same thing that I said about hundreds of years. Public officials have acted according to expected norms and done things, and all of a sudden you get that renegade, not you, maybe the next guy or a couple predecessors, the ones that were here before. And I think it's just a guard to put in place. I don't see anything that you've said that can't be accomplished from an advisory position. A non-voting, but an advisory position. All the same benefits you bring, you would still bring. Or that person who occupies that position would bring. So I think it's important to differentiate the person currently performing the job from those who might in the future perform the job, who are not of such good character. That's where I'm at on it.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with what Adam said. There's a unique relationship between DOCA and the city that I think needs to be handled different than the other nonprofit organizations we might be involved in.
Yeah.
So for me, it comes down to, and this is kind of differentiating certain boards or groups that we sit on from others.
What about CHP?
Well, I'll go there. I will go there.
Well, I'm just asking, I don't know.
So
I'm your
I've been
alternate,
on-
but I've never got to go to a meeting, so.
I've been on the city commission, 15 years, plus or minus. For many years, I sat on the board of the Ermitanger House, but the second that I was an elected official, I stepped off of it. I still participate in their events, but I don't go to their meetings. And I went back onto it when I was on my break. But to me, that's one example. So my question would be really this. When we have electeds from this body on other boards or committees, why are they there? And in the case of CHP, it was to have someone watching over from the city to know what the board was doing. It's not to be involved with the CHP board or lead it or run it or direct it. It's so the city has a liaison because they're having an organization, CHP, operating their building, which closed in the middle of the night because they ran out of funding and we didn't know it. So from the future on that was to have some representative of the city attend the meetings to know what was going on and have a connection. And that's what I've done there. I've never, so, and I think that's the same for downtown. So I do very much have a problem with, on those kind of scenarios, members voting, because our vote is putting that person as a liaison, not for any other way than to be a representative of the city and to kind of report back. It's not to be a driving force of the organization or a voting member. And that's why I think not only voting is concerning, I think being an officer is concerning. Going to meetings is one thing, but I think being an officer of a group, because it's just the visual of it. It's like, okay, a vice president or a president or a secretary of an organization that's getting funding from a certain way, plus has separate contracts, whether they're voting or not, that still implies a leadership role in the organization. And I don't think it's appropriate. I care so much about, the Ermitanger House, but, I understand that me getting involved in a board or even really participating in meetings with staff or, a nonprofit group that's working with staff is not my job. Same for CHP to some degree. It's like, okay, well, if they're having conversations about things that are particular to the maintenance of the building, then it's something that's like, oh, well, that's something that I can come back to talk to Tony about or whatever. But in terms of the regular functions of the board, I don't think that's our position. So I think it really comes back, and that's different in South Fork. In South Fork, we're, representing the city and our vote matters because that's our position. So I think there is a difference in those positions. So I think revisiting, you know, if we have, and so let's say this thing comes with, I mentioned maybe having some sort of a representative on the Frog Ferry group or something like that. That's a way for a city to have input to say, well, this is what we could, you know, as a city might be interested in knowing what you're doing, so that applies to us, but.
And also to report back to us.
Right. And so I think maybe it's just, you know, some of those individual groups are, there's, you know, what is the real reason we have a representative on there is what we need to really figure out. And is the representative on there doing that
I'm watching
mission or whatever?
That's what I'm doing.
No, I
I'm sure they
understand
don't
that,
spend
but,
it so
and that's
stupidly.
part of the reason with CHP, it was like, okay, well, you know, to kind of understand the operations and what's going on there, because we were really not, the city wasn't aware of all the things that were going on with the structure. So I remove myself frequently a lot more than I should, because I just don't feel comfortable. I mean, you know, just this, like if I could run, like people are like, oh, run for school board. I legally probably could, but that would be stupid, and it would not look right, and why would I do that? And so, you know, yeah, there's groups that I've wanted to be a part of, but I know that in certain aspects, when, especially like Irvington Airlines, I step back because, you know, that group's got to move forward. So I think it's a different pieces. That's just how I feel.
Well, and for as an example, me being the liaison to the CIC, when I'm there as a non-voting liaison, they don't even call my name during the roll. And it's because I'm there to listen, and they ought to be able to do their duties whether I'm there or not. And that's the reason we have a liaison to the CIC, and I think that's the approach we should be taking with DOCA as well. We should not be integral to the functioning of their board. We should be amplifying it, and we should be a conduit for information sharing. But I agree with Commissioner Smith, so.
On the CIC, I mean, there's another thing where legally, as a commissioner, we're citizens and we can say whatever we want and probably participate, but I also know I rarely go to neighborhood meetings, right? Because whether or not you're just a citizen, you're still a city commissioner, right? And so no matter what, everyone in this city is going to say, well, oh, that city commissioner or that mayor is an officer on a board, regardless of whether they vote or not. People don't understand that. Even if it's legal, they don't understand it, and it doesn't look right.
And again,
That's it right there.
This is about going beyond what we can legally do and getting into the territory of wanting this commission to be above reproach when it comes to ethics and when it comes to the way that we interact with our community and our community-based organizations.
I hear you. I appreciate your comments. I will take it under advisement and act accordingly. I'm assisting right now because there is the expertise that they need from me right now is something that I can give. It doesn't affect monetary or anything. It has to do with my expertise of things that I do know because of my profession.
So we have Carrie Richter on the phone. So,
Yeah.
you know, one of the questions that I asked her was, obviously we have what I think is, you know, clearer than normal guidance on ethical issues, at least in ORS on this item, right?
Yeah.
It seems like an example right on point.
I follow this to the letter.
So my question to her was, can the city commission implement a policy that's more stringent than state law requirement, right? Sometimes we run into this issue of, you know, you can't go too far, you know, you can't preempt state law essentially, right? And I don't know. Carrie, you want to talk to that a little bit? Kind of what you've heard so far and what might be options? Oh, we don't have sound.
Sound.
Oh, can't hear you. Is it on our end? Oh, hold on.
sports fan.
That just means time
She
out.
she just said, you still can't hear me?
It
Yeah.
shows that she's
Understands
unmuted.
there's a problem.
It shows what?
It shows that she's unmuted on her end.
Yeah.
So it's probably our end.
It's our end. No,
Can we pay for like the subtext, like the movie?
oh, you mean the,
Yeah.
when it's in a foreign language?
Is she coming through the phone number or?
I'm gonna call her because I think something's wrong with the iPad.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know how well it'll work on post text them, but. Hi Carrie, I'm so sorry, the Zoom isn't coming through. Are you able to interface with folks via my cell phone?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yes.
Speak
Yes.
loud.
Okay, so I'm sorry, my Zoom was unmuted, so I'm sorry you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, it's our end, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So, the answer to Tony's question is absolutely that the city can go above and beyond what the ethical rules require, and set its own policies with respect to how it wants to deal with elected officials' participation on other boards. My only thought about that is that we really need to be very specific about the parameters of what is included and excluded, both in terms of entities. I mean, the ethical rules are very specific about fiscal connection, right? And they've drawn the line on if you stand to get money, that's the line. If you are on a nonprofit 501c3, you don't get money, so that you're allowed to participate. If the commission wants to change that and include 501c3s, we need to be really specific about what 501c3s are included and very specific about what boards are not included, and how far the reach goes for that engagement. What I've heard from the commission is they'd like the commissioner not to be have any role in the decision making in these boards, not to have any role at all. And so if an organization decides to do anything, should that commissioner say anything at all? So just being very deliberate about the language that of what is caught within this new net that the commission wants to implement, I think will be important. And I stand ready to take a lot of notes and hear you all so that I can assist in that effort.
So I guess what I kind of heard was this is specific to, organizations that have a closer than typical financial connection with the city, right?
Yeah.
And so, maybe if that's the will of the majority, we start there and try to flesh out what that might look like, because I guess, because I think when we started DOCA, right, we put the seed money in, and I think there was a desire to be a part of that at the beginning because it was brand new. There wasn't an executive director. We wanted to see how the money was going to be spent and accountable for, right? And then it just kind of ebbed and flowed over the years as to what the participation was, depending on who the commissioner was that sat there. I could see probably having a similar conversation that we're having about DOCA if we get to a position where we create a DMO. Right? I imagine there's going to be a very big financial link, right, with the transient room tax being pushed through to fund
You're
it.
gonna probably have a city commissioner representative at some point that's kind of with it, but what piece of that is it? Yeah.
Right, so I don't know if this is a case by case of, we know what committees folks are on now, we kind of look through it, or is it really just, is it just DOCA? Or is CHP involved in this? Is, what level of, is just giving someone a grant that's through a competitive grant process different than entering into an MOU to operate, right? So I'm not trying to make this more difficult, just, trying to
Well, there is a difference.
flesh out the nuances here
Yeah.
of why this is different.
Well, for me, I think you just hit it pretty close. An organization that only gets grant money from the city, that could be handled, that if an individual is on their board, they would just not vote on that particular grant. But an organization that has an MOU with the city or gets regular funded city funds to go to their operations, I think those are the ones where we would not want to have a commissioner with a vote on that board. So I don't know exactly the legal way you'd explain that, but, MOU or regular consistent city funding.
I agree with that. I do think Commissioner Smith makes an interesting point. When you speak, even if you're in the audience, are you speaking as Rocky Smith, private citizen, or are you speaking as Rocky Smith, city commissioner? So, boy, that's, do you give up your citizenship rights because you're a commissioner?
No, you don't.
You have to make it clear that I'm speaking as a private citizen.
Right, unless, the difference is you've been appointed by the commission to sit on the board of XYZ, right?
Yeah.
The assumption is you're speaking on behalf of the city.
Right.
Right? Versus I went to this meeting being held by
Right.
ODOT on diversion, and I put I'm person number 25, and speaking as myself, right? I mean, so no, you don't give it up, but it is a hard line.
Well, yeah, but we've seen people from, they get up to speak and say, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I'm not representing the neighborhood association. So you can make that differentiation. You can still provide input, but make that differentiation.
Right.
I think you can do everything you're currently doing under the guidelines we're laying out. And I hope that doesn't offend you because we're friends, but I think that appearance is important. I think you can make the same quality contributions that you're making now, and anyone else can in the future.
No, I don't have any issue with it. I'm participating right now. They've asked me for my expertise to participate in.
And you have that.
Looking at the new ED. And once that new ED is selected, which I hope is going to be soon, I've pretty much already resigned, not my board position, but I've resigned the other things that I'm doing with them, because they know that. I said, look, I don't have the capacity. I'm happy to help do this. And we want to have involved, I've already suggested that they involve our economic development staff in that interview process.
Do you think a city commissioner can continue as a board member?
Absolutely. I'm watching our money, believe me.
See, I lean more with your position where I think you can contribute. See, board members set direction. I personally don't think that a commissioner can set.
I think
They ask my
but
opinion
here's
when
the
it comes to city
difference.
stuff. That's what they ask me.
If they ask my opinion right now, they can. But I'm not on the board, and I'm not the vice president.
Yeah.
But that's the difference. I mean, you can do all those things. You don't have to be the vice president, and you don't have to be on the board.
I am technically not it right now because I've already
Okay,
resigned
well,
that.
I'm just
I'm
saying
just a
that
board member.
I would not feel comfortable having conversations about a district that funds downtown while I'm mayor and while I was vice president of that organization. I would not feel comfortable doing that.
Well, I'm providing information to them based on my experience and giving them the city's
And you
perspective.
can do that.
And giving them the city's perspective.
You can do that as not a board member and not a vice president.
Well, a liaison is still a member of their board.
I think we ought to still have a liaison. I agree
No,
in an ex officio
Yes,
capacity.
the liaison is still a member of their board.
Right.
They just,
But don't vote.
it counts towards their quorum. They're listed.
Well, I guess
Stacia's on the board. She is a liaison from the tribe.
I guess it depends how their bylaws are set up. Some of the ex officio on the chamber,
Right.
I don't vote
Yeah, I
on
don't know
chamber
what the
issues.
bylaws are now.
So,
And not that it matters, but I resigned from the DOCA board the day after I got appointed to the commission, because I didn't think it was appropriate. And this is not, I can't remember the city now. You and I had a brief conversation about it. There was another city where a city commissioner was on their downtown association board, and in the course of their campaign, made some inflammatory remarks, and it ended up reflecting on the downtown association. So it just creates the potential, not you, but that relationship can, down the road, could cause a problem.
Well, I understand.
And I agree with what, you could still provide the same direction based on your background to that board without being a voting member.
Well, I don't have to be a voting member.
And I think that's what we're saying.
Well, I said I didn't disagree with you, so as far as I'm concerned, the conversation is done.
But I think we ought to formalize this, not only in our MOU with DOCA, but as one of our policies and procedures as a city commission, is what I would like to see.
I agree. I would like to see us move in that direction. I think puts us above reproach. And again, Rocky took it a step further. If you're a board member, you are setting direction, as opposed to you're a citizen, you're testifying as a citizen. You made it clear you're putting your input as a citizen. You've not relinquished your citizenship rights. You're just there. This is how I see it. So that's where I see it.
So Carrie, I've got some notes. Do you have any other follow-up questions, or do you think we've got enough to kind of start with something we can bring back?
I think we have enough to start. Why don't we put our heads together, Tony, and we'll get something out in the next week or so, and then they can chew on it for a while. I think it would be good if we started with some bounds.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Bye.
Let's move on to reports.
So I'll go ahead and start with update on significant city projects and the status of them. Charter parks, you're well aware of where we're at with that. We are going to bring back discussion about the promenade at our next work session, which is coming up in August, and some of the discussion around that. We've got the survey completed. We know where some of the encroachments are. Really a larger discussion about how do we handle those encroachments. What do we do with some of the existing utilities, ODOT, PGE that are in there, as well as a discussion about the pros and cons of dedicating that facility as a charter park moving forward. Cayuse 5 Memorial, we've been having regular meetings with Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, making progress there. Shout out to Dante Posada, John Lewis, Aquila. Dante's really done a lot of great work working with cultural resource folks over at the Umatilla in terms of putting together signage that's typical that we see on the promenade, really getting them engineered designs of what that could potentially look like depending on the word counts that they need as they're working with their cultural resource committee on the Umatilla side for the appropriate language that would be on the memorial, as well as the design associated with that. So many of you saw an email that came around. I'm going to resend that tomorrow for a potential joint meeting with the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation.
Did we come to any consensus about a date?
It seemed like it was going to be the last one. I got yours, I think, yesterday. You were available later. I think it was like the 27th, 28th, 29th of July seemed to be the one that was going to work for most. You weren't available 20th, 21st. So I'll resend that to refresh it and see what's...
Can't we just decide tonight? Because I'm sorry, but I've just got other stuff going on, and I'm holding these dates.
I know, I am too.
Let's just decide when it's going to be. That would, rather than sending something out, let's just decide that we're either going to do it this time or we're not. Because it would just be a whole lot better instead of going back through the whole email thing again. I mean, not everybody, if you can't go and you don't want to go, don't, you know, we're not forcing anybody.
So it seemed like right now, Commissioner Smith, 20th, 21st were off for you. So it looks like maybe the 27th and 28th right now was the common date. I will not be there, but I'll make sure John or Aquila could hopefully be there. So the 27th is a Thursday, the 28th is a Friday.
And at what time?
I'm gonna
Sounded
need to
like mornings.
reconfirm. On the 27th, they had 9:30, 10:30, 1:30, and 2:30. On the 28th, they had 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30. So, you know, if there was a group that wanted to drive out, they do hybrid meetings, but, you know, probably planning on a good 3+ hours to drive out there.
I prefer Friday. Thursdays are my horrible, horrible day.
So July 28th is a Friday.
Works for me.
Works for me.
You want me to just run with that date, and we will provide the information both from the Zoom link opportunity and if folks wanted to drive out.
Sounds like you got enough representation no matter what on that date, so.
Okay.
It's good.
I will reach back out and make sure that's still available. Should I take maybe that later one, see if they have the 10:30 to 11:30 as our first option?
So we're not,
Are you planning on making a drive, or are you planning
Well,
on?
if we drive,
If folks
then
wanted to,
Yeah.
unless we wanted to leave here at
I personally
4 a.m.
think we really should.
be there in person.
I do.
Oh, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I think it makes a statement.
I really think we need to do that if we all can.
Okay,
Or
so
whoever can.
I'll start with the ask for 10:30, that at least lets us leave here at a reasonable time. Okay.
The in-person will be probably tough for me, but I can definitely do Zoom.
Okay, so once I get that confirmed, we can then figure out some other logistics associated with that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, good on that? Okay, let me get back. No additional changes related to the courthouse from the last update. Tumwata Village, just they're continuing to work with our engineering staff and our planning staff in preparation of an amendment to the approved plan. And then the Kenema rights of way issue, we have not made any additional progress associated with that.
And sleeping dog line for the time being.
Yes. Some of you saw the agreement between the Willamette Falls Trust and Portland General Electric to begin a feasibility study of potential public access on the Westland side of the falls. So, you know, reaching out to Andrew Mason with the trust, having that discussion. You know, could be an opportunity of really how do we engage. You know, one of the stumbling blocks we've had has been, you know, how do we engage all stakeholders on the Oregon City side? Obviously, Grand Ron's not the property owner, but they have a large interest, just like they do on our side, on the Westland side. You know, there may be this opportunity here to look at this a little bit more holistically from both sides of the river to help maybe push along our side of the river as well. But I think that'll be an ongoing discussion. It is a preliminary feasibility study that they're going to undertake on that side. And I don't really have any other additional information about scope, timeline, you know, what the project specifically is looking at, which parts of the property over there. You know, PGE owns quite a bit, all the way from the ponds, kind of south along the river, all the way back north up to what we see along the locks there.
So I think you used the word that we've seen the agreement. I think what we've seen is the announcement.
I saw the announcement.
But nobody that I know of has seen the agreement.
Right.
Because I asked. I didn't ask to see it. I just said, what's the crux of the agreement? And I got general information.
I don't know how much I want to say.
Me neither, there's a lot in play there.
It really bothers me. And I'll try to be careful what I'm saying. I'm frustrated, one, that we weren't in the loop. I don't know why, but I won't go there. But I remember asking months and months ago, hearing rumors this was happening, asking about it, and no one saying anything about it and pretending like it was not true. I don't know how we missed that. I don't know how we missed the boat on all this, and I don't know how we weren't involved in at least having a conversation about it. And I go back to the discussion that we had at the college about our goals and saying, we as a city, and I brought this up at a tourism meeting just the other day, we have spent the last decade working towards this. It's the only thing in my lifetime that's solidified almost everyone in this town about a future, about a river walk on our side. Now I understand that that whole plan was based on the fact that, and I know that whole plan based on the idea that we, one, at that time still didn't even know if anyone was going to own the mill site, and that the whole plan was that the river walk would drive development, and that's not the case anymore. I get that. And I don't deny that seeing something happening amazing on the west side will not be a good thing for us. But if we lose the funding that was kind of earmarked for our side, that we believed for all the time it would be, and this community believed that, I have a problem with that. And bigger than that problem, which I think is a pretty big problem, it again makes us look like we have no idea what we're doing. It again makes it look like we promised something that we couldn't deliver. And this was the one thing that we had to get to Oregon City to what we dreamed it to be. And it's the first time we've ever, as a community, been so close. And maybe it's not gone, but we need to wake up and we need to figure out how we lost track of it, and how we get back involved in it. And I understand all the politics, and I'm not blaming anybody. Somehow we missed the boat in the last couple months, not knowing on what's going on. And that may have been very well intentional, but I think my real frustration is, where do we go from here? We have lost the vision in this town, and I don't know how we get that back. That's going to be harder to get back than the money, and that's the crushing piece of it. And honestly, the truth is I don't know if I would have stuck it out on the commission for a decade. I mean, one of the reasons I've been here and kept being involved is because of this wish and this dream that we've had about what this town was going to look like. And the fact that something as simple as a river walk, which isn't simple at all, at least got everyone on the same page to have a dream and a focus. So if the river walk on the Oregon City side is gone, or it's different, how do we ever get that vision and focus back? That is really, more than the funding, gonna be a huge problem, because we've told people it so many times. And in the tourism world, I don't know how many meetings in the last 20 years I've been to saying it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. We have our chance. We blew it. Or did we? How many more times can people get that dream and that vision back? And we really shouldn't have lost track of that. I feel guilty myself as a city commissioner because there was times that I could have been a representative on the trust group or go into these meetings, and every once in a while I'd ask, what's going on with the Riverwalk? And I never, in the last 5 or 10 years, felt like I had any idea what was going on with the Riverwalk. And I was there when we created it. Was there when we created the trust. This is what the trust this is not what the trust was created for. Now, not to say it couldn't morph, but where were we in that conversation? It makes me ill. And it's just, I can't blame anybody really for it, but I feel like I feel guilty, and I feel sorry for the fact that now we have to regroup. And how do we get that momentum back? How do we ever get that momentum back in this town for anything? I think that's going to be a real challenge, and I think we need to think about it. I really do. And not only that, when we come up with a grand scheme to build that vision back, how are people going to believe it? Because they won't. I mean, and it goes to urban renewal, it goes to everything, that we've been talking about for so long. And it's just sad. And I'm frustrated. I just don't know who to be frustrated at. And so I want us to get re-engaged, however that is, and have a dialogue. Because yes, having a river walk on the Westland side is going to be awesome, and it's going to do good for Oregon City. But it can't be at the expense of what we worked so hard for on our side. And honestly, in looking at some of it, it may be the way to deal with the entire history, right? Because we now see this partnership with the other tribes that can tell their story in their way, and the Grand Rod can tell their story in their way. But how do those two visions now on both sides of the river solidify into something that, because the truth is, if we don't, as two communities, get together, maybe this is another conversation when we have our joint meeting with Westland. I mean, we as two communities have the potential to create something on either side of the river that cannot be touched by anybody. That is so incredible, and the history is so incredible. If we can pull it off, where there's an amazing river walk on both sides of the river that tell the story of all the tribes and all the people that have lived here, that's what we want, right? And we can get there, but I don't want to. It feels like right now. I mean, because all day long, people are like, they're going to build it on the other side now. I mean, it's a kick in the stomach. It was a kick in the stomach for me to watch that. And I should be happy about it because the plans look amazing.
Well, those are
but we didn't even know there were plans.
Well, you got two private entities that are
I know. And I can talk about it for hours, but I hope you all feel similar. And I hope that it re-energizes us to somehow get into that dialogue and not... It's the future of this whole city, and Westland, and the tribe's history. I mean, it is so important, and there's nothing else more important. And that's why, even this meeting to drive out, we have to. If we can be there in person, we need to be there in person. And these things are far too important to overlook.
I think that I agree, right? Part of it is scary, like we're competing for limited resources and momentum. But at the same time, this was an initial concept early on of the strength of the two around the falls is a pretty strong and compelling project idea, ability to raise funds, right, with one voice, right? I mean, that was always the thing. How many partners could we bring together all for once rowing in the same direction, right? But I do think, I acknowledge, that is one of the goals, right, of this current biennium. And I think part of this is going to be that political, we're dealing with multiple jurisdictions, multiple sovereign nations.
Yeah.
Right? How do we bring that together to the benefit of the whole? Because I don't think it is a zero-sum game when you think about the funding opportunities, if we're all on the same page around this amazing resource that's here. The other benefit is that, on our side, we finally have a long-term dedicated property owner. Right? Which, we've always kind of had this elusive, good partners to work with, but probably not the long-term owner as we went through that between the trustee and Mr. Heidegger. So the equation changes a little bit, and I think I think you're spot on about, how do we balance the wanting all voices, all stories told with the complication of private property ownership, treaty interpretation, beliefs, rights, that are divergent, right? And that's been the major sticking point, right? And I think that's where we really need to kind of engage to try to help find that path forward through that. I know.
Well, I agree with everything Commissioner Smith said. I mean, I don't want to relive history. I sat on that group for a long time, and there were days we walked out of that meeting, we had agreement to proceed with at least building the physical infrastructure, with that, using those monies. And it bothers me, and I'll be honest, the monies raised for this project could now potentially be used for another, and that bothers me, because that's almost like a switch. It's not almost, it is.
I don't know if that's really the case.
Oh, I don't know if it is the case, but it reads like that. And the sad thing was, I don't feel Oregon City was ever in control of the outcome. This was Metro in my mind. And they were leading it, and they had their guy there. But I swear, there was a meeting, I walked out there, we had agreement. We are going to build some infrastructure. We're going to make those first 200 yards and demonstrate that we can do something, and we'll worry about the signage and who says what later. And then Metro did this thing about engaging all, and the thing blew up and it stopped. And we made zero progress. Meantime, the state at that point had $10 million in the pot, I believe. And I kept saying, at some point, the state's going to say, demonstrate some progress, or we have other uses for that money. And I don't think that'll happen, but I just feel, I wish that we, as a city, had taken the project over, because I think and I would have been ready to be involved, we could have done a better job to moving things along. And I know Grand Run, they want to move this along. They've got plans, and they're moving forward with theirs, and I don't think there'll be an obstacle. And maybe the addition of extra ground will allow more people to tell their story in more places. But the telling of the story, or the color of the paint, this should not prevent going forward. And so, do I like what's happened? I feel I didn't see this coming, and I don't know why I didn't see it. And I don't know that group has met. I haven't sat on it in a long time.
They've not met.
It's not met, so, I think we can both mutually make progress, but I kind of feel like those monies were garnered under one, and I hope that those monies continue to be assigned there, but I guess that's to be decided.
Well, it's a lot of explaining for the trust for a lot of people that gave money thinking one thing, and now, especially people that might be on this side of the river that put money into the trust, assuming it was going to be on the Oregon City side of it. It is a switch.
I haven't read the agreement, but I feel like the trust has unilaterally expanded their authority, and I'm not sure. I guess we needed a 501c for purpose, but if they're administering the money to the exclusion of, and the way it was raised, it's like if you raise it for one project, that's where it belongs.
I think one thing to think about is, do we want to engage the trust again, right? We kind of put them at arms, right? I mean, there was a time when we were kind of working hand in glove, right?
They rented space from us for $1 a month or whatever it was.
I remember, yes. But, so there was, at that point, it was, how many organizations we bring to this to be together because of the lift that was associated with it, right? It was a big lift, it was a big number, there was a philanthropic side that could really bolster the public side. So I think it's just something to think about. I mean, they are there, they do exist. Has their role expanded? They have expanded it, right? From a revenue raising philanthropic component to, an advocacy component as well, which is some of the conflict that we've been dealing with. But, they are here, they are at the table, right? So do we engage, or in what form do we do that? I think it's just something to think about as we move forward.
Well, I think you have to engage. If you're not in the conversation, then
You're on the outside looking in.
that's right.
Having both sides of the river involved could be a great thing. We could end up,
Could be.
But if we don't make sure that our side of the river stays represented, we'll get left behind.
And I think that's where we did write down for that joint meeting with Wes Lynn. I mean, this is certainly one of those topics, right, to talk about, because I know Councilor Baumgartner is on the Willamette Falls Trust Board.
Yeah, she just got on.
Just got on, right? So, I mean, there are these relationships that are happening.
Is she a voting member?
I'm not that intricately.
Big question to ask.
See, this might all be an incentive to move our side of the river forward. And when at the last meeting, I talked about adjusting the UR boundary. Can I put that, because that has such great support, as you said, the Riverwalk. If the Riverwalk goes in and South End Road, which never made any sense to have into me going up that hill, what are we going to do that? If you look at the UR map, it goes up South End Road. It's like, well, why?
Probably the roadway improvements.
Well, it's a county road.
Let's take it from them when they fix it.
We talked about it. I don't want to need to review it. How much land are we talking is a river walk? How much can we move? We can move 1%, which is like 8.5 acres. Is the river walk 8.5 acres more or less? I don't know.
Yeah, what we're trying to figure out is can you adopt an urban renewal boundary that's bisects a tax line? Because when you look at Blue Heron, right, it's one bigger tax lot or two bigger tax lots, but the easement is only a portion of that. And
But it is adjoining property, right?
It is, but I don't know if we can create a boundary that splits a tax lot in half. Does that make sense?
You can do islands. In the UR district, you can actually do islands.
But we're doing the whole tax line. Because I think,
You're talking about just carving out the Riverwalk
the
portion.
easement,
Yeah.
let's say,
So the easement's not a tax lot.
All I care about is let's not tell ourselves what we can't do.
I think it's just trying to figure
I'm
out.
just telling you that he's saying it's not a tax lot. That's not saying you can't, it's just saying it's not a tax lot.
Right.
Well, does that prevent it from being brought in the UR boundary?
I think it affects the acreage.
Yes, because
Right,
you have
so
to.
if I have to bring the whole
You have to
tax lot.
describe it as something, and if it's only an easement, and we don't have any way to describe that.
Well, an easement's always described.
But
It's
it's
only
just
200
not
feet
tied
wide,
to a
whether
tax
feet
lot,
wide,
it's
so
tied
long.
to a tax lot.
I mean, you'll know the square footage of it. You'll know how many acres it represents.
Right, I just don't know if, when they do the division of taxes, they take the money of a tax lot, I don't know if they would take 1/5, let's say the easement took up 1/5 of the tax lots, if they're going to do it. It's not a separate taxing lot, it's an easement agreement between two entities. So I think what it means is that if you just did the easement, obviously it's much less acreage than if I had to take the entire 20 acres or 16 acres or whatever it is, right? It affects the map.
So who answers that question?
That's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Yeah. Well,
Let's
you've been
answer for
continuing to
ourselves
meet
and beg
with Andrew,
forgiveness.
haven't you? So there's not been no contact. He's still been having regular meetings with Andrew. Basically, the elephant in the room is that PGE does not own the plant. They own the property underneath it. The plant has got a certain amount of time on its lifetime, and the company that owns it is another entity from another country, and they're not going to give up that revenue. I mean, that plant is still operating. It's not, in the next 5 years, it's not going anywhere.
The news broadcast said they're talking about tours through an active plant, which would surprise me.
They're talking about utilizing part of what they're calling Moore's Island. I don't know what the tribes call it, but it's not.
Well, we'll worry about it.
Anyway, so I don't.
I think a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, there's not, all is not
Just a
lost.
lot of unknowns.
Mayor McGriff, are we gonna take a vote to go past 10?
I think
We're almost done with the list, so let's keep going. So, Commissioners, Commissioner O'Donnell,
Nope, nothing.
well, we did something at the last South Fork Water Board meeting. so
Maybe you can give that.
You were there. I'd like to give you that opportunity.
Update on, fixing, dealing with the intake. We had an update on the, new building. We had,
He gave
We
an
talked about
overview.
controlling our vendors and making them do corrective actions if they faltered, yeah.
Talked a little bit about the conference. And we
Yes.
talked about engaging in a process to do an evaluation of the executive director
That was the most important.
I talked about a barbecue.
and a barbecue. Yeah, you remembered the food part.
See, I have all this help, I don't need to do that.
Commissioner Smith.
No, I have, CHP hasn't met.
Commissioner Marl.
The only update I wanted to give is on the Youth Advisory Commission, which just met last night. We have been having some good discussions on what we want to do for the centerpiece of why this group was created, which is to do a community-based project. And earlier there were conversations about concerns that the students had with curriculum in the schools, which made me uncomfortable because obviously this is an advisory group to the city, not to the school board. And even then, the school board doesn't really have that much discretion when it comes to curriculum anyway. So thankfully I was able to guide them a little bit last night toward something that we as a city can do, which resulted in a further conversation about the potential of hosting an event focusing on student mental health and resources. And so I'm really excited about what that will turn out to be. They decided that they wanted to be meeting more often than they already are. And so I'm really excited that they are excited about this project, and we'll be sure to keep you updated on how that moves forward. You will have seen that they were on the front page of the Oregon City News. Thank you. Because they spoke at the Juneteenth event. And so I'm just very excited to see how they're going to continue being more involved in the community, being ambassadors for students. We're already talking about how we can get them involved at concerts in the park as well.
And no update on the last thing with the 204C4 with the financing plan?
The only thing that we talked about with C4 tolling diversion was about what we want to be as a committee moving forward, just given that tolling proposals themselves have evolved, how we can evolve as a committee, and if we want to expand the scope of what we're looking at, which is something that there is general consensus on. So we're probably going to be expanding the scope of what we're looking at, and that definitely includes the financing plan option and trying to get more answers on what that means for regional tolling and the RMPP and all that fun stuff.
It's a fun, happy day when we talk about I-205 tolling. Anyway, Commissioner Mitchell.
Nothing.
Obviously, you just heard a report from Clackamas Water Environmental Services, so we have not had a meeting, but there is a meeting tomorrow night, which I may or may not be able to attend. And I'm not really sure exactly what we're talking about because I didn't see the agenda. So Downtown Oregon City Association, they are actively soliciting for a director. They have involved the Main Street manager from the state of Oregon, and she's provided a lot of good input. The project with Larry Medeiros on the Bridgeview building is moving forward. There's been some reimbursements already done. Now, the one thing Larry said that he's cleaned out the side that faces the bridge, and I went there the other day, and well, maybe his definition of cleaned out is different than my definition. So when I said cleaned out, I thought it was going to be empty, but it's not. So anyway, he's moving forward. His next proposal is he's supposed to be getting a roof on here in the next few days. He is concerned about the system's development charges, and for some reason he was under the impression that they could be waived, and I don't know where he got that from because that's not anything that was ever said at any of the meetings that we've had with them. In term I say we, it's the partnership group that's working on this project. So he is, so John came to our last stakeholder meeting we had, bless his heart, and he's looking into what it is he was told and what it is that might be, so we hope to get that resolved. Impact, the last meeting was discussion about the regional transportation plan involving bus routes and rapid bus routes, and Brent Sherman from Happy Valley always comes up with the point and says over and over again that this sounds fine and dandy if you're in the core, but what does it mean for the region, areas of the region which do not have good bus service? So how does this benefit? How does this help? They were hesitant to respond to that. So that was probably the biggest topic. Metro talked about some of the grant programs that they have they've given out money to, it's kind of like their Metro Enhancement Grant Program. Different areas in the Washington County area and in Multnomah County. Willamette Falls Landing Heritage, we are meeting Monday, and the topic of conversation is the one that we were supposed to have last month, but we weren't able to, which is talk about community engagement and how to involve other members that might not be so accepting of other members, as you understand if I'm saying this in code. So that discussion has to happen, and the reason that we didn't have it is because one of the members of the board from the Confederated Tribes wasn't able to be there, and we felt that having that conversation without him being there was probably not very worthwhile. There is a project that is involving the landings. There is an intern who is identifying areas where the Chinese were involved along the Willamette. And so once that is done, that will be added to the Time Looper project, so you'll be able to go into their map and highlight this, and you'll be able to get that information. So we're waiting for Doug to get done with that and do his presentation. So that was kind of a lot of fun. I had a meeting with Andrew Mason to talk about the West Lynn side project and just sort of get his take on it. I've also talked to Julie Hernandez from PGE. She sent out a pre-announcement before the one hit the paper. So we had some dialogue back and forth by the computer. And she, my question back was, was 3 letters, which was, I put why and a question mark. So why now? Why at this time? Why are you thinking about, getting involved with this, and how much is the business owner involved in terms of the company that they had? And they said, well, this is just exploratory, and there was some, again, people can draw all the pretty pictures they want, but that doesn't mean that's happening. So she assured, I said, I don't have a concern about it. I just, again, said, thank you for letting us know a little bit in advance. And I said that the question in my mind is, the question that you raised is, what does this mean for the other side? And that was my question with Andrew. He seemed to indicate that the money that had been already raised for the Oregon City side is still there. It's not been co-opted in any way, and there's still a lot of questions to be answered. I asked him about all of the sacred sites that are on the West Lynn side, and if you're proposing, I said, I don't know how you're planning to get from point A to point B, but Moore's Island is not really very accessible at all. So I don't know what that means. But he said that he would be meeting with you further in the future, and that we will keep the conversation open. So that's it. So, and I don't have the first Willamette Falls Locks Authority meeting until it's the 26th. I was going to say it's the 28th, but no, it's not a Friday. It is a Wednesday. So I will let you know what happens with that. So, anything else?